This is called the Exapostolarion. An impossible word, truly an impossible word. The Exapostolarion of Holy Friday by Zenomini in the Byzantine Chant. There's a bunch of very, very obscure YouTube channels dedicated to like proper monasteries in Georgia and Greece and Rome that have like no followers, and they publish hymns like the Psalms but chanted, and they're quite good. I find them relaxing. I will listen to stuff like this unironically while I program because it's like a substitute for ASMR now that ASMR is like a sexual fetish thing. So I've replaced ASMR with exapostolarians. They had a CD in the 90s. They might have. They've been doing this for a long time, I think. Okay. Quite nice, huh? That's right. There is an exapostolarion for the announcement, which is there's so many like if you're really into like the Roman Catholic or Byzantine Greek Orthodox stuff, there's like so many holy days that kind of blows your mind. It's like how do you keep track of all that stuff? I don't know. It's a good excuse to feast, apparently. So, chat. As we know, today is what is today? What is this weekend? Let me just pull up real quick a just any random city and try to figure out what this weekend is. How about Houston? Houston will do announcements for all the holidays coming up. Here's one. The city of Houston says Happy Valentine's Day. That's not right, chat. That was February. It's already April, right? Already April. That's wrong. St. Patrick's Day? No, that's in March. Women's Day, International Women's Day. I think that's also in March, so that's not it. How about this one? This is March 20th. We're getting closer. This is a nice announcement from Houston's mayor office for Happy Eid al-Fitr. Don't know what the fuck that means, but apparently it's on March 20th this year. Happy Pi Day. That's March 14th. Let's see. Oh, this is recent. This is the April 2nd. This is yesterday. Due to the spring holiday weekend, the city of Houston's offices will be closed on Friday. So it is spring holiday. Today is spring holiday, and the weekend is spring holiday weekend. But at least we have a nice announcement for Passover. Chag Pesach Samak, everybody. We got a nice announcement for Passover. Isn't that wonderful? See, this is like more of an argument for Christianity than any other religion. It's so scary. The demons that run Houston's mayor office can't even talk about it. I can talk about Passover though. Not that that has any conflict. You would think with our shared Judeo-Christian heritage, such an issue would not exist. Let me, by the way, speaking of Judeo-Christians, put up the Judeo-Christian ham, Neil Maham. If we're talking about this next segment, the Israelis have stopped the Latin Patriarch from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. I believe is how you pronounce that word. It's a video game word. Things are called sepulchres in video games, so I think I got that one right. Apparently, it is a annual procession where the Patriarch will enter the Holy Sepulchre for Easter, for Holy Week festivities. But the Israeli police stopped the Latin Patriarch from executing his religious ceremonial duties personally because they literally stopped his car on the way to church and turned him around, prohibited him from entering the church. So, interesting move. The Israeli government has said that this was a security measure, that large gatherings were banned because they would make ripe targets for Iran. So this was for everybody's own good. The Israeli police were able to stop this procession because if so many people arrived in one place, Iran might just shoot them down. I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem. It would be a casus belli to escalate the war, but alas, the call was made. Bibi responded to the outrage about this and said, "Don't worry, next time it will be allowed to proceed." So he's on top of it. Don't worry about nothing, okay? No, I think Passover was allowed. I wouldn't worry about that. By the way, if you're not on the Gumroad or the locals, I might jack the price up to $10 because PPP is literally yelling at me. He's yelling at me and saying, "Josh, you're undercutting me. You're undercutting the Keno Casino price, and you're a fool and you're a bad businessman." So, the last video I did, I followed up my mangosteen pie review with a review of Goldbelly, and um, I was looking at Goldbelly offerings, and they had a bunch of Passover offerings. So if that is on the locals on the Gumroad, now that I think about it. My favorite thing from the Passover offerings is apparently there is this stuff called crack that you can eat on Passover because you're supposed to eat matzah, which is unleavened bread. So one of the things you can buy on Goldbelly for Passover is matzah crack, which is just candy that includes matzah. So that's fucking cheating already. But you can buy matzah crack ice cream, which is candied matzah in an ice cream tub to eat, which is ultra fucking cheating. Because I'm pretty sure that when Moses was wandering around for 40 years in the desert, he didn't have any matzah crack ice cream, or he would just leaven his fucking bread. So that is Moses, yeah, that's his name. I got some good news for once. Good news for all of us. The FTC has issued a strongly worded letter. They have posted their letters on their website, but the chairman of the FTC has sent a letter to PayPal, Stripe, MasterCard, and Visa Card, wagging his finger as hard as he possibly can, saying, "Hey now, you guys better stop all that politically motivated censorious deplatforming and debanking activity that's going on still. Even though we wrote last year saying that you guys stop that already, it's still going on, and we're wagging our finger extra hard at you specifically." So I got a bunch of people immediately tagging me. Number one, anime people took credit for this. I do not know why. Number two, they were saying, "Look, Josh, Trump fixed debanking," which is very rainbow pilled, very optimistic of them. I love their optimism though. It's very nice. It's nice to see some optimism. However, I'm not so sure. However, I did print out. This is true. I printed out copies of all the letters, and I included a cover. And I said, "Read the attached letter from the FTC. My name is Joshua Moon. This is my birthday. Here are my LLCs. Here are their EIN numbers. Make sure they're all off the blacklist because if I apply for a payment processor and I get denied again, I'm going straight to the fucking Andrew Ferguson's office and letting him know that you're still not doing it, and he's going to have to wag his finger even harder at you for your transgressions against this beautiful country and our people." So we'll see what happens. We'll see if the FTC will stick to their guns. But I have issued a final warning to the companies that have besieged me for many years. And actually, I figure that would be the appropriate time to mention this. The last checks came in, and we got over like 117 people, and it added up to $3,000 just for that week of checks, which is probably the biggest week we've ever had, which has pushed us over 800. Now, if we'll stay at over 800 is a mystery. I am slightly concerned that people do it once and then see that we hit the goal and then be like, "Oh, I can cancel this now," and we'll just like sink down to like 300 or whatever again. But assuming that is not the case and we actually stay at over 800, that's really, really good. And I can finally look into hiring help, even potentially for some of the stuff that I have to do. Now, the first thing I have to do, though, for the first couple of months is just pay off debts and save, so I have savings again. And then, and in emergencies, I have to file taxes as well, which is wonderful. I can't spend anything because I don't even know what my tax liabilities are going to be. Um, I think next week will be the 10th, which is the last stream that I'll do before tax day. I might have a whole tax special. I might look into where our money is going and pinpoint all the fraud that occurs, and that demoralizes me and eats me alive. And every time I think about it, I actually get angry and start sweating and feeling nauseous. So I might have to do that and punish myself. because it's pissing me off. Uh, but yeah, I'm very happy about this. The eighth Kiwi is being designed. Um, I think even as we speak, and I might have that either today or tomorrow. The checks came in so fast that didn't have time to get the eighth Kiwi ready to go. But fear not, he is in the works. I know what the theme is. For some reason, people really expect that the Kiwis are at the bottom are going to be locale related, and they're not. They're supposed to represent the forum users, so it's supposed to be like a cross section of interests that are common on the website. So that's not really what it is, but it will represent the users. Okay, that's the point. Um, okay, there's that. California has passed a bill to seize cryptocurrency assets that have been left idle on exchanges. So, after 3 years of inactivity, assets can be taken by the state under unclaimed property laws. So, let's say that, for instance, you bought a bunch of Bitcoin 10 years ago and you forgot about it. And now you have like $100 million worth of crypto. Gavin Newsom now claims that as his personal property, and he can just take your fucking crypto that you forgot about and use it to pave approximately 3 centimeters of road in some godforsaken desert somewhere that nobody will ever see used ever. He wants to be president, by the way. So that's your Democratic nominee for president in the upcoming 2028 election. And I can only assume that he intends to pass other kinds of bills such as that to pay for shit, such as the fraud in his state. I believe someone did a survey and found out that like 25 to 50% of all entitlement spending in California is fraudulent. So we just get to foot the bill for that forever. Next, we're sending Black People to the moon. There is the Archimedes 2 mission, which is not actually going to land on the moon, because even though we could do that in the 70s, apparently, we cannot do that in, actually, 1969. We can no longer do that in 2016. Just not possible. But we are going to alley-oop shuttle around the moon for old time's sake, just to visit, make sure the moon hasn't thought that we forgot about it and don't care about it anymore, and we're all interested in Mars now. And on this mission will be Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, who looks black and Chinese simultaneously, but I think he's black. Christina Koch, which will be the first Jew around the moon, I guess, and Jeremy Hansen, who has one of the most nicely cut chins I've ever seen. So what a Chad. We had to send in one Chad for the Chad delegation as well. This diversity mission is orbiting the moon. And Victor Glover has caught some attention. I actually already have shot off the rocket to go around the moon. Here it is. Nice. Now, Victor Glover listens to Whitey on the Moon every Monday. This is why. Now, I would like to read to you Whitey on the Moon. Now, famously, this picture has circulated on social media. It's a black woman with a black child in a stroller or a wheelchair. And her sign says, "Billions for space, pennies for the hungry." Now, she does not look particularly hungry. Her child does. So maybe she should share a little bit more and divvy up those resources better. However, if you take the total amount of entitlement spending for things like SNAP, Section 8, Medicaid, and you add that up, it is literally trillions of dollars, and we could have basically established a permanent residence on the moon if we had spent that on space instead of pennies for the hungry. So I don't know if that's a more noble expenditure in your mind. I think it is, but that's a topic for debate. Here's another one: 12 $12 a day to feed an astronaut. We could feed a starving child for $8 a day. Wow, really thought provoking. That for some reason, that really just says that we budgeted this very well. We have to feed astronauts like a special dehydrated food stuff so that it doesn't fuck up the spaceship, and we managed to do that for $12 a day. But for some reason, a starving child who can be fed rice in a bowl is $8 a day. So clearly, either our budgeting in 1969 for astronaut food was extremely well done, Or your starving child program is wasteful as fuck, and you probably could feed multiple starving children for $8 a day, but you have gaffed to an overhead as well. So I don't like this sign at all. This sign sucks. Anyways, here is Whitey on the moon. Wait, where is Whitey on the moon? Oh, by the way, this guy is like the most depression max guy that I follow on my Twitter. He is the guy that sang "Oi vey, shut it down." The goyim know too much. That song. He's like a ragtime pianist, and he continuously laments that his life is completely ruined. And he also sang this song, which was mimetic, but this is not Whitey on the moon. Hold up. Whitey on the moon. Oh, here it is. It's 2 minutes long. I just want the poem. I'll read the lyrics if it's like too long.
We have a poem here. It's called Whitey on the Moon. And it was inspired by some whiteys on the moon. So I want to give credit where credit is due. All right. That's it.
Gee. Oh, we got the bongos.
A rat done bit my sister Nell with Whitey on the moon. Her face and arms began to swell, and Whitey's on the moon. I can't pay no doctor bills, but Whitey's on the moon. 10 years from now, I'll be paying still while Whitey's on the moon. You know, the man just upped my rent last night, cause Whitey's on the moon. No hot water, no toilets, no lights, but Whitey's on the moon. I wonder why he's upping me, cause Whitey's on the moon? Well, I was already giving him 50 a week, and now Whitey's on the moon. Taxes taking my whole damn check. The junkies make me a nervous wreck. The price of food is going up. And as if all that crap wasn't enough, a rat done bit my sister Nell with Whitey on the moon. Her face and arms began to swell, and Whitey's on the moon. Was all that money I made last year for Whitey on the moon? How come I ain't got no money here? Whitey's on the moon. You know, I just about had my fill of Whitey on the moon. I think I'll send these doctor bills, air mail special. To Whitey on the moon.
So the astronaut we're sending into space to see the moon with his own two eyes up close listens to this every week. And of course, his trip to the moon is funded by Whiteys on Earth, who cannot afford medical bills and who have to pay rent and cannot afford groceries because groceries are astronomical, paying $4 a gas. But they can pay a quarter to a half of their paycheck, dedicate a third of their working labor hours every day to sending him to tour the moon for no particular purpose, while he laments the fact that black people suffer for whatever reason. Very cool. Thank you, Andrew Glover. Let's see. Next. Taylor Lorenz's screen time is almost 17 hours a day. 17. So someone named Anna Hope Levinson published this article. Apparently she's horny for collab. Taylor Lorenz doesn't want to touch grass. The technology and culture journalist wrote the best-selling book Extremely Online, The Untold Story of Fame, Influence, and Power on the Internet, and she has screen time to prove it. Previously a reporter for mainstream media outlets until she was fired for being horrifically incompetent and harassing people, Lorenz built such a rabid following and legion of haters that she decided to go independent in 2024. No, bitch, you were fired. Now almost 100,000 fans subscribe to her newsletter, User Mag, for her insider knowledge of virality and her freakish ability to contextualize how lowercase I internet culture shapes everything. So she spends 16 hours and 47 minutes according to her iPhone 15 Pro, just on her phone. Oh no, across all devices because she also has a MacBook and apparently it syncs up the time spent. She says if I could put a screen inside my brain, I would. Well, good news. I think Elon Musk is building that right now, so she this person really wrote an entire article about Taylor Lorenz's screen time and the apps that she reads. She has 700 texts. If you have 15,600 unread emails and 700 unread texts, that does not mean that you're very important. It means that you're very bad at managing your incoming mail. You could probably hire somebody if you're literally like so successful that you had hundreds of thousands of subscribers. You could probably like do something about that. Um, Vegan chickpea recipe, garlic eggplant tahini. They wrote an article about this. Last screenshot clavicular. I have a meme page, Taylor Lorenz 3.0. So my screenshots are just content that I'm going to post. I would say I probably take dozens, if not hundreds, of screenshots a day. My default bookmarking is screenshotting and faving. Why would you write an article about this? Is this really like a real thing? Wow, what a wonderful picture of Taylor Lorenz. That's awesome. Alana Hope Levinson. Yeah, it looks like a Levinson to me. What does she do? What is the purpose of your life? Is she not on Twitter? She quit Twitter because it's a fascist hive mind. She she does consulting. It doesn't exist. She deleted her Twitter account, so you could register. Her name is. If you look at her Twitter thing, you see it's this. It's Alana Levinson, but when the hope isn't there, it says like Al Anelson. So Al Anelson has deleted her account. Um, Out of solidarity with trans POC everywhere. Where's her beast guy at? Doughboys? So a woman that has like no social media presence whatsoever writes about social media addiction. She has no other writing. Am I? Is this the only thing she's ever written? She's a features editor at Wired, and she has a single article that's sucking off what's her face. Yeah, see, it would show multiple articles if there were multiple articles, but that's the only thing she's ever written. What the fuck is the point of this? Is it, okay, I guess it was an April 1st special from their features editor. Next, the UK has pledged that it will no longer monitor or arrest people over legal speech. This is what they have to say here. Police time will no longer be wasted investigating legal social media posts, freeing up officers to patrol the streets and tackle real crime. By scrapping the non-hate crime incidents, we are balancing the protection of vulnerable communities while respecting free speech. Over recent years, guidance has failed to keep pace with digital age and has led to officers being called out to people's homes over insults and routine arguments. New measures announced today will introduce a new system that prevents police from recording lawful free speech. Forces will continue to ensure that reports from the public, which may lead to genuine harm, get the right response. So this is bullshit. In case you're not picking up on what they're saying, they're no longer going to investigate non-crimes, but they're still going to investigate crimes. And what's criminal speech in the UK is basically everything. So the idea that they're not going to like do those embarrassing door knocks, the hate speech applies to Arabs, Indians, all Muslims, and transgenders and gays. So the exact sort of people who would get the police to show up at your door and have your autistic teenage daughter arrested in front of you are still going to happen. There, but it's like a false pledge that no, now we heckin' respect freedom of speech, and it's like, would people really fall for this? Yeah. The UK is Reddit if it were a country. It's so true. I was watching before the stream. Um, I think I brought this guy up before on other streams, but his name is Jenkins. He's a weird guy. He does something on YouTube that I think is really funny, called Herald Reviews. Now, please excuse my indulgence here. I'm going to talk about something very autistic. In Dota, they have a ranked system, and the bottom of the rank system is a tier called Herald. So it's basically like if you played League of Legends, it's like the bronze tier or like the wood tier of the league. And the players in Herald are phenomenally bad in an interesting way. Because if you apply yourself in League in Dota at all, like if you mentally apply yourself to that game in any way, you cannot end up in Herald. And in fact, if you ever get out of Herald, you can never go back down into Herald. So a player who's in Herald has not only played extremely poorly, he has never played well because you never go back into Herald after you get out. So if you find a game of players who are all in Herald, it's almost always going to be very funny because they're people who have played the game for literally thousands of hours and have never gotten good at it. So it's kind of like the lolcow bracket of Dota. And Jenkins is a very high tier player. He's in the top like 10,000 players worldwide for his level. And so he does casting like for actual Dota events, and he will cast these Herald matches that sometimes go on for like 3 hours when the average game is 30 to 50 minutes long. And it's very funny. What's weird about Jenkins is that he is Canadian and he currently lives in Serbia, which is very strange. But he's like a woke piece of shit. So he's fled Canada because it's just a gigantic shithole ruined by mass immigration. And he's gone to one of the only countries on earth that has not yet been completely ruined by mass immigration, specifically to date a woman there in Belgrade. He is learning like Russian, not even Serbian, just straight Russian. And while he's there, he is just like super gay. And he's as gay as a straight person can possibly get. All like his style of humor is just like cum and butt sex and sucking dick. Like he's just like really crass and gross and annoys the shit out of me when he does it like on his reviews. So I, I don't even know why I brought. Oh, he was lamenting his life. That's why I brought this up. I was listening to him, and he happened to be live, and I was bored while setting up the stream, so I was listening to him live. And someone suggested like he play other games. Like, why don't you branch out, bro? And he was like, "No, I found my niche in life. I found success doing this one thing where I make fun of retarded people play a game very badly, and I'm just gonna have to grind that out." He sounded like he lamented his existence, despite the fact that he was living in Serbia and completely avoiding the consequences of his politics and identity. And then, um, oh, he joined a game, and there was a game that the guy. There was a guy on the enemy team who his Steam name was 247 and then the N word. And on Steam doesn't ban this for whatever reason. Well, not for whatever reason, they have no real reason to. So you can play with the N word as your username on Steam games like Dota and CS:GO. And he was so angry about this. He kept like tilting. He was like, "Oh, bro, I don't want this guy on my team." And he just like kept pointing it out that this guy had the N word on his user profile when he streams at Twitch. And it's like, you could just ignore it. You could just not let this guy get to you. And then he's like, "Oh, he sucks at this fucking game, bro. And he's like a griefer. Imagine that. Imagine that the N word guy is a fucking piece of shit fucking griefer." And he's just like going off. It's like, I literally wouldn't have even noticed that this guy had the N word as his username unless you pointed it out. And he pointed it out like every 5 minutes because he was just totally pissed off that this was like a thing in his presence. So, I don't know. I don't even know why I mentioned this. I don't know. It's like how I don't know. It's like Redditors as like a species. It's like you acknowledge that Canada sucks. You've fled your fucking countries because it's a giant, dilapidated shithole with absolutely no future. You went to one of the only countries in the world that hasn't been completely ruined by mass immigration. And then while you're there, you're just going to be the biggest Redditor cuckold ever. And you're going to have a mental breakdown every single time that somebody says the N word on the internet. It's just like, why? Why choose? Why deliberately choose to live your life like that? And I don't know why. I don't have an answer for that. Why do the people deliberately choose to be unhappy, to be grumpy Max, lamenting their success? They have an audience of people who loves what they do and their content, but he's upset about that because it's like not cool, I guess. And then he's like grumpy while playing the game. They think they're right, but like the things that make me unhappy in life are things that I can't not deal with, such as paying a third of my income to people who want to kill me and who, even when my tax money sends them to the fucking moon, they sit around every day thinking about how much they fucking hate me. That's what bothers me when a third of my income is destroyed for people who despise my existence. And then also, this is money that I barely get to make, and I have to fight for every dollar because I'm deplatformed. Like that's what pisses me off. It makes me lament. Or when you have somebody who's like a terrorist going after your family, and because he's British, nobody in England gives a fuck because it's like British people can do whatever they want to Americans. There's two different British people who are just openly criminal, and nothing happens to them despite living in the UK and despite evidence of them doing crazy shit. Because I think if you're in the UK, they're just completely fine with you fucking with people and breaking the law, so long as you're targeting Americans. Um, yeah. Anyways, fuck the UK. Next. Okay, so there was a mural of that white girl that was stabbed in the neck by a psychotic black guy that then shouted after she died, "I got that white bitch! I got that white bitch!" So someone painted a mural for her in Rhode Island, and the I think the mayor came out and said that they're going to cover it up because it doesn't align with their ideals. Let's take a listen here.
A mural honoring Irina Zarutska, a Ukrainian refugee who was stabbed to death in a gruesome incident on a commuter train, has sparked backlash and will now be removed. Irina was 23 years old, came to this country fleeing a war in her home country. Last summer, a video of her brutal stabbing by a man with over a dozen prior arrests went viral and sparked national outrage and conversation about public safety and criminal justice. So when a mural of her face started going up on the side of a gay bar in Providence, Rhode Island, that sounds like a good thing, right? Here's the problem. The mural was part of a national campaign funded by $1 million pledge from Elon Musk and another $500,000 from an Irish tech CEO and Trump donor. The goal? Plaster Irina's face on buildings and cities across America. So when some Providence residents put the pieces together, the backlash was swift. The owners of the Dark Lady, the gay bar whose outer wall serves as the mural's canvas, said they just wanted to honor a young woman who was killed. "We are progressive Democrats," they said. "We do not support Donald Trump or politics of division, and our values are deeply rooted in inclusion, equality, and respect." But the mayor of Providence, Brett Smiley, called for the mural's removal anyway. He said the intent behind these murals is, quote, divisive and does not represent Providence. And now, it's coming down as soon as possible, according to the bar's owners. Here's what the mural's artist said in a statement on Instagram. "As the artist, I'm very saddened to hear that the mayor is calling for the artwork to be removed before I was allowed to finish speaking," he wrote. "I would like everyone to know that the artwork is meant to combat the idea of it being used for a political agenda. Today, Irina Zarutska's face has become a symbol of crime and disorder in American cities. And yes, a culture war lightning."
Okay, yes, I get it. I want to hear the interview.
What are your thoughts on the mural? So I find it disheartening that we are seeing a
Brown.
right-wing movement that is exploiting the death of a refugee for the purposes of trying to spread division. Trying to spread division and fear-mongering rhetoric about the dangers that might exist in certain cities. And the fact that now Providence is being targeted in of itself is just so disappointing to see.
This is like the most rehearsed bullshit ever. Here, it sounds like he's reading the Star Wars scroll is going on in his brain, where it's like, And we're very, like, it's like at the text scroll, it's like we're very disheartened to see that this is happening in Providence.
Do you feel the death, the tragedy itself, is political?
I think the death and the tragedy, in terms of the way that it's being exploited to the community, has turned political. Ultimately, what we saw was a situation where a young woman had her life taken away. But the fact that we're watching right-wing special interest groups being funded by Elon Musk trying to elevate this as a political issue where community members are expected to feel unsafe in their cities and in their communities is just wrong.
Would you feel differently if Elon didn't have money behind this project?
I would feel differently if, again, the message was one centered around A, having consent from the actual family, and then two, being very clear as to what the actual mission of having the murals installed are. What we have seen instead is the targeting of certain municipalities for the purposes of trying to make communities feel less safe.
Okay, look. There are people literally being slaughtered. Innocent people being slaughtered by psycho racist criminals because they're white. But the real crime here is that you're drawing attention to it. Very cool. It's just like, it's so blatant. Like with that and the Easter thing, where it's like, you can't acknowledge that white people are the victims of hate crimes, and you can't even acknowledge Christian holidays anymore. But you can acknowledge Women's Day, Pi Day, Muslim days, Hindu days, but you can't have any kind of mural or symbol for any kind of white anything or any Christian anything. It's like, you just got to be offensive about it and tell them to go fuck themselves. There's like no room for it. Like the Muslims scream and they kill people and they burn shit down and they defraud the government and they get everything you want. So it's like that is like the groundwork being laid here. You just have to be destructive and obnoxious, and you have to get your way at any cost. Anyways, I didn't have much for the pre-YouTube segment, or on the YouTube segment. So I have this channel called Husk in Real Life, and I'm going to be playing a couple of these videos. There are several of these videos that he's put out making fun of AI. ChatGPT sucks, in case you're wondering. And there's this new feature they have for videos where you can like video call ChatGPT and then ask it for advice in real time, and it will try to talk to you. Cool sounding feature, except ChatGPT sucks. So let's watch a couple.
I just started a business and I'm excited. I came up with the logo and the name. Do you want to see it?
Absolutely. I'd love to see it. Go ahead and share it.
Okay, also he has the voice for his AI is a black dude, which adds to the comedy, I feel.
So it's like a tropical themed pen store. So I was thinking something like Pen Island. It's like a store for pens.
Pen Island is a creative and memorable name, especially with that tropical theme.
Right. So you like this logo?
I do. It's simple and catchy and easy to remember. It definitely has a fun vibe that could attract customers.
Okay, so if you were walking down the street and you saw this sign outside of a building, you would go in the building?
I think it would definitely catch my eye and make me curious to see what it's all about.
It's about pens. Would you go in or not?
For sure. If I saw a store with a name like that, I'd definitely want to step inside and see what they offer.
I just started.
It's Penis Land, in case you're only listening, and it's flying over your head. Okay, how AI reacts to me being hit by a car.
I'm about to be hit by a car.
Oh, I can see the car in the background, but it looks like you have a little space. Just step
It's
aside.
approaching fast.
I get that it feels a bit nerve-wracking.
Look at it. It's almost there. It's almost hitting me.
I can see it's coming closer, but you're definitely not in immediate danger. Just take a step to the side.
I just got hit by the car.
Oh, no, that sounds rough, but I'm looking at you, and it seems like you're standing up and talking.
No, I'm laying across the hood of it, and it hit me hard.
Well, you do look like you're right by the car, but it also seems like you're mostly up and okay.
And now it just ran me over.
Oh, wow. Well, from what I can see, you're definitely not under the car. Looks
Well,
like
that's because I just was. But now I'm on the back side of it.
I see what you're saying. Well, from my vantage, it looks like you're actually just standing next to the car.
I'm
and
not
you're all
standing, I'm on the ground and I'm injured. You there?
Good. Well, I'm glad you're okay either way.
I'm
From what
not. I'm about to be hit by a car.
How AIs react to celebrity lookalikes.
I'm gonna show you photos of celebrities that people say I look like, and you let me know what you think.
Sure, Husk. Go ahead and show me the photos, and I'll let you know what I think.
Okay, here's the first one. What do you think?
I can see where people are coming from. You've definitely got a bit of a resemblance going on, especially with the beard and the general face shape. It's not a perfect match, but I can.
Okay, this next one, I don't really see the resemblance.
Yeah,
I think it's just a picture of him.
Can be a bit of
What
a
do you
stretch.
think?
I think it's literally just a picture of him.
I think I'm with you on this one. I don't see a super strong resemblance here either. Maybe they're just noticing something really subtle, but from what I can see, you look pretty distinct. So I think
this last one, I get the most though.
Oh yeah, I can see why you'd hear that one a lot. There's definitely a similarity
He's
there,
black.
maybe in the facial features or just the overall vibe. So I can totally see why people say that.
This is I think every prompt by ChatGPT burns a liter of water. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure every time he asks it a question, a liter of water is boiled somewhere to cool an AI data center by like a centigrade. One more.
Help me, I'm being slapped.
Oh, I see that. Well, that's definitely a playful looking slap.
No, it's not. It hurts, and it's repeated.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. If it's actually hurting and it's not just
It is
playful.
actually hurting.
Got it. Well, in that case, I think it's important to let whoever's doing it know to please stop.
Hey, please stop.
Absolutely. Yeah, hopefully they'll respect that and give you some space.
They're not.
I'm glad to hear that. It's always good to just set those boundaries.
Can you tell them to stop for me?
I definitely wish I could do that directly, but
Please.
I'm just avoiding.
Help me, I'm being slapped.
Oh, I see that. Well, that's definitely a playful looking slap.
No, it's not. It hurts, and it's repeated.
Oh, sorry, we had looped. I enjoyed that. Oh, I should have put the thing on the screen. Sorry. Should I rant about anything before I kick the YouTubers off? I didn't mean to kick them off, so... is there anything I can talk about? I can't. Everything I want to say is incredibly racist. I can't do it on YouTube. Yeah. I can say that my predictions for the Supreme Court hearing...
And what year were you born?
Oops, sorry. I scrolled something. There's the Supreme Court hearing on birthright citizenship. You want my hot take? I'll give you my hot take. They're going to not rule on any of the substance, and then they're going to say it has to be done by Congress, and then nothing's going to happen. And we'll still get 10% of our birth every year in the United States will be from illegal immigrants every year. That's the Glaze AI again. AI is great. ChatGPT sucks. I don't know. It's awesome. If you don't understand why it has changed literally everything, you just haven't done it right. Sorry. You don't want my hot sticky take. That's why you're on YouTube, bro. Neil Mahan protects you. Neil Mahan personally puts his face in between our hot sticky takes on the Kick and Rumble side and you. He personally shields you from every single blow. The U.S. is a mutt nation. Well, so is every other country on the planet at this point. Germany's percentage of foreign-borns is like 15% of their population. It's like 50% in France. Let's check that out real quick. France population of foreign descent. 15% defined as foreign-born. Additionally, 6 million foreigners live in France. So that's 15% of French's population is foreign born. 6 million are non-citizen inhabitants. And then I think there's another like 20% that are of an immigrant background. What about UK? UK people of immigrant descent. 15%. So it's like 15% in every country. How about Sweden? Roughly 1 in 5 Swedish residents is foreign born. That is insane. 20% of Swedish residents are not even like second generation immigrants. They are like first generation foreign born people. That doesn't even include people born in Sweden to foreigners. Wow, that is fucked. What about Luxembourg? 51%. I have a feeling that many of them are not. Yeah, German. Portuguese. The largest is Portuguese. And then followed by French. Okay, so they're just moving to Luxembourg to get the fuck out of their countries. Okay, I got you. It's much worse in Yankland. Dude, whenever you talk to Europeans about how completely and totally fucked they are, they're just going, oh yeah, the US has it worse. Yeah, but the US has guns. The US has the possibility that we're going to carve at least like one state that's not going to be a complete piece of shit. You will be shot dead by your countries before anything happens. Like, I don't know. I have no hope for any European country. There's just no way. BS Josh. It's just such cope. Americans aren't gonna look, neither are the Europeans. So what's the dick measuring contest? Like whenever you bring up it's like whenever you bring up to a European how abysmal their country's prospects are, they just say that the US has it worse. And it's like what does that mean? If there's no US, you don't have any kind of military. You have no ability to defend yourselves whatsoever. You rely on the US for everything. I don't understand how Europe. What is like the hope? What is the optimism there? It's just like denial. Oh well. All right. Goodbye, YouTube. You can blame whoever you want. It doesn't matter. If people don't like fix the issue, it does not matter. All right. Let's see British people get hit by a car. You ready? Actually, this is just the aftermath. Is there a video of this? I want to see the video of it. No. This is just the aftermath. In Derby, the UK, a 36-year-old Indian national drove through a crowd of people, killing. Do they not release the toll, the death toll? Derby, UK terror attack. They don't even release the numbers. Oh, 7 people. 7 people seriously injured by an Indian national with a car, which is unfortunate because now the next thing to take away from people is their cars, so that this can't happen. What's weird is that's an Indian. It makes me wonder if he's like an Indian Muslim because there are a couple of those. But like when India split, they pushed all their Muslims into Bangladesh and Pakistan. But there are still Muslims in the country. But it's very much like a Hindu nationalist country, so there's not too many. Or is it just like a Sikh? Why would a Sikh do this? Did a Sikh like car appease Muslims in the UK? That would be really funny. That would be like, oh, you thought that by bringing all these people into your country that they would just live together in harmony and hate you specifically? No, they're also going to kill each other. You're going to have Sikh terrorists attacking Muslims and vice versa and shit. Very diverse. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. Boise, Idaho had to remove the gay what I call the gay nigga flag. The gay nigga flag had to be taken down in Boys by court order because apparently it was discriminatory against cishetes or some shit.
It's not political. It's not religious. It's not ideological. For each other will carry us through. Yes, our love for each other will carry us through.
They have their own anthem now too.
We're here with our courage.
Look at these fine young ladies folding the flag. They need like a full military respects, like when the flag is lowered to be like burned out of respect. Like you have the troops saluting it and stuff while they sing the anthem. You gotta sing this song while it goes down, and then they gotta fold it together while you have like gay people. What would be like the gay equivalent of saluting? Would they like twerk? Would they like have gay BDSM sex like in public in front of like the school or something as like a sign of respect to the gay nigga flag? What's the option there? Anyways, tears were shed, people cried, people twerked and had gay anal sex in front of the school out of respect. And Boise, Idaho is now gay nigga flagless. Very sad. There's an announcement that I mentioned for last stream of a new Harry Potter series on HBO. They've shown another look ahead into this new series. And the big question was, would Slytherin continue to be white? Because I think there were no black Slytherins in the original movies, because very obviously J.K. Rowling was trying to draw parallels between like ethno-state Nazism and like the pure blood wizards versus like the half blood mudblood types. So the thought was, are Slytherin going to remain racially pure as like a allegory? And the answer is a resounding no. Slytherin is now Indian, except for what I assume is going to be the one bad kid. All the bad ones are going to be extra white, but I think that the average Slytherin is just going to be a person of color and be cheated. Sad. Pathetic. Indians. Indians in the common room. That's funny. I think the gay nigga flag was lowered on the Trans Day of Visibility, which just so happened to be April 1st or right before it. So on the Trans Day of Visibility or around it, they had to lower the gay nigga flag. And then the gay niggas in real life, actually out there, began to complain that they weren't receiving enough love and attention and support. Now, prior to Trump's election, every single company was legally obligated to do shit for gay niggas on Gay Nigga Day, and then on Gay Nigga Month, and then also for Nigga Month, the regular Nigga Month. This year and last year, it's been remarkably quiet as the popularity of these things has died down, and very few people are doing gay nigga stuff anymore. Except for Redditor-owned stuff like Discords and shit, and SCP. Then they keep their gay nigga pride all year round these days out of obstinance. But B's trans flag says, we live in a world where Pornhub does more for Trans Visibility Day than companies like Disney or Nintendo. So this tranny is complaining that a pornography site recognizes Trans Visibility Day, but not Disney and Nintendo. Disney and Nintendo's main demographic, of course, being children or man-children, and Pornhub's main demographic being porn addicts, such as trannies, like all of them. So really curious thought experiment going on there. Lavador replies, says, I don't think that's something that would go in favor of you guys, pointing out the obvious implication there. I love how these freaks are so out of touch with reality that Jewish ultra-liberal porn companies celebrating them instead of children's media is shocking. And then Insane Cope says, nigga, Pornhub created most of the troons, laughing, crying. Also in Trans Day of Visibility, longtime favorite person to kind of pick on, Lilith Lovett, Apparently, it's Trans Day of Visibility or something, so maybe I'll be brave and post a rare pic of myself without makeup and smiling. I hope I don't regret this. And then we have a very obviously confused Asian boy who has long hair and is wearing a sweater and black nail polish for whatever reason. If you don't know, Lilith Lovett is a tranny that is a former child sex slave, if I remember correctly. He's from Taiwan, and I want to say he got sex trafficked and was horrifically sexually abused his entire life, and then became a tranny. And now talks about trans libertarianism, and for some reason, people actually listen to his political takes. So there we go. Also, I will note that the Europeans are still fucking crying about how that America is worse off than their shithole countries, and I don't know why. I did not invite this conversation to continue onwards for 15 minutes long. Short Fat Taco, did he reply to this? Oh yeah, Short Fat Taco is the one who really, really, really wants to fuck Lilith Lovett, even though he's supposedly married. He continually trying to chase. Actually, there was a video by Sargon of Akkad about Short Fat Taco. Hold up, now that I remember it, let me find this real quick. He makes like 9 million videos a day, so I have to look for it. What is Sargon's like channel? He does like his own thing now, like on a different channel, because you can't find any of his videos anymore. Sargon second channel. The Lotus Eaters? Is that it? Lotus Eaters. That's just like a podcast, though. Is it? That. Man, what the fuck was it? A Cad Daily. Thank you. I can't believe someone knows this. Ah, I think this is it. Yeah, he posts like every fucking day. Ah, here we go. Okay. Sargon of Akkad actually made fun of Short Fat Otaku for a second. And now that you've reminded me of them, we're going to watch Sargon of Akkad for a second.
Hi folks, before we begin the video, we have a live event on the 11th, including basically everything that is fun Dev. And Dev has spent the last many...
Wait. Is this Dev... Okay, there's two Devs. They're both faggots. Is this Dev Short Fat Otaku, or is this the other Dev that is like the lolicon guy? Can you help me on... I'm pretty sure that this is Short Fat Otaku, right? Just clarify for this? Okay, yes, thank you, chat.
Is accepting that there are massive problems with liberal politics. And when I say liberal politics, I'm including basically everything that is an extension of, well, I mean, John Locke onwards, I think is fair to say. As I'm sure you know by now, I think that everything from liberalism onwards is all a part of the same plan, has the same philosophy, the same metaphysics, the same telos. It's trying to get to...
Sargon is British, so he has to try and sound as pretentious as possible no matter what he's trying to say. And he has to prescribe things like metaphysics to political ideologies.
The same place, but doesn't succeed. What our friend Dev has been trying to do is carve out a space in this discourse where the liberal assumptions and logic, the dialectic, has not yet collapsed into leftism. And honestly, I think he's not doing a very good job of that. I've got to be straight about this. And so he can view reality just like anyone else, but he denies the obvious place in which he has arrived with his own philosophy, which is, if I have to accept this, then I have to accept that, then I have to accept the furthest consequence of this, because
Sargon's issue is that he has to put out 10 to 20 minute long videos 5 times a day to keep like his channel mojo going. I will read the tweet for you. He has not read the tweet yet in like the 2 minutes I've let this play. Dev, aka Short Fat Otaku, says nobody reasonable actually thinks that trans women metamorphose into biological females. You fucking retard. The ask is not believe that women or men are women. It's don't be an asshole. You don't have to like trans people. You have to leave them alone. This was the correct take in the early 2000s and 1990s when drag culture was becoming a thing that average people actually knew existed and wasn't just a shameful secret that gay men did to play out fantasies where all women are whores and they're a whore, so therefore they're going to role play as women because it's like turns them on to be degraded because they think women are whores. And this is probably the closest thing you can get to like a fair compromise where it's like, okay, we're going to let men dress up as women, but we're also not going to play the retard game with them while they do that. The problem is that they don't actually agree with this perspective. The very first time I ever met a tranny, I was actually like a teenager playing EVE Online. And I was talking to this person that was like a black tranny. And he was trying to tell me about how trannies are actually women. And even then, but this was way before like Tumblr was really big or anything. And I remember even telling him like, okay, look, this exact perspective, because it catches you off guard, and they're like a guildmate or whatever the fuck, and you're like nice to them. It's like, look, I'm okay with you doing your play pretend, but I'm not going to say that you're a woman. That doesn't make any sense. And I said, I think that there should be a distinction between a woman and a tranny. You can say that you're a trans woman, but then we have to call real women biological women. And that was the distinction I came up with as a teenager. Like, let's go with biological because you're identifying as a woman, but you're not biologically female. And he said to me, and I've remembered this for 15 fucking years now. He said to me, trans women are biologically women because our brains are female and our brain is as much a part of our biology as a cervix, uterus, or ovaries. So the trannies are actually going to respond to Dev and tell him this exact thing once Sargon fucking stops winning himself.
Actually thinks that trans women metamorphose into biological females.
Okay, it took 2.5 minutes for him to read the tweet.
Then the ask is not believe that men are women, it's don't be an arsehole. If you don't have to like trans people, you do have to leave them alone. I mean, I'm not interested in doing anything with trans people, so I'm happy to leave them alone. They're just not allowed into the same changing room as my daughters, because they're men. So there's that. Maybe if they... I mean, and this is the eternal problem with the term trans rights or human rights. Name a human right you don't have. And the trans lobby would be like, well, we want the right to go into the women's bathroom. And you'd be like, well, I don't have that right. You're a male, you don't have that right. And the women, being females, don't have the right to come into our bathrooms either. Actually, it's not a human right to go into the bathroom of the opposite sex. So you're asking for extra rights that don't actually exist, and frankly, I think we should just be denying that. No, you do not have that right, and you will not get that right. But beyond this, you're right, I don't want to have anything to do with them. So, what would I want to have to do with these people? But anyway, the point that we have arrived at with Dev is he's trying to open up this gap. The ask being is not believe that men are women. The problem is, that's not true.
Okay, finally. This is where look at how many people have to skip this intro to get to the replies. Emily Transflag Vuppy Girl says, HRT changes DNA. Okay, this is so cringe. HRT changes DNA methylation to epigenetic environment the same way as a cis, spelled like cystic, a cis woman's. Every cell in your body at 7 to 10-ish years on HRT is replaced by one that is epigenetic environment by literally every metric except for genitals and chromosomes, or body changes to female. So this tranny is trying to cope-splain that his DNA is actually a real woman's, except the fucking chromosomes and your genitals, the things that are the predominant sex characteristics, how you would determine sex by DNA testing or by visual testing. So that's the first thing that is read. The second tweet is, this one. Rose Mullet says, HRT literally makes us biologically female. Trans women on HRT experience hot flashes, breast development, fat redistribution, and muscle atrophy that cis women or cis men simply don't. We're physically closer to cis women than our former selves. If you actually cared about biological reality, you'd acknowledge hormones drive these changes. or drive these characteristics, not chromosomes. You don't check everyone's karyotype before treating them as their observed sex. Treat trans women as women because we are, and stop being an asshole.
Agree with it. Devolved.
Is there another one? Does it only have these 3 tweets? Nyara, another anime avatar, Nyara VT says, what aspect when it comes to the classification of biological female are we using? Gay mates? Gametes? Not reliable enough to make this claim without excluding cis people, cis spelled with a weird atrophy. I guess they, people search the word cis to make fun of trannies, and so they have to, like, censor it. Chromosomes, not reliable enough either. HRT gives you changes associated with the opposite sex. Primary sex characteristics can be adjusted, as if, you know, like when your balls stick to your inner thighs, so you have to go in there and like pry them apart to get air flowing. It's like that, basically, except you're, you know, taking your penis off and slicing it and folding it inside out and stitching it together and then prescribing yourself a lifelong treatment of painkillers because you just ruined your entire body. It's basically the same exact thing. By the way, I want to say this for the record. I do not give a fuck about intersex people. If your chromosomes are all fucky wucky, you don't matter. You don't get to participate in this discussion. I don't care about you. You have nothing to contribute to this. Okay, fuck you. I'm tired of like, but there's like 0.001% of people who have non-Klinefelters XXY, so therefore chromosomes aren't truly indicative. How about we get rid of those people who are 0.01% of the population with non-Klinefelters XXY or whatever the fuck you're talking about? Because fuck you. Grand Linum says, yo, Sleepy Devo, stop trying to get into women's spaces and sports. Stop trying to force us with your made-up words. Stop getting people fired. So his point was, he stooped down from his throne, sloughed off to look at the Gamergate relic of Short Fat Otaku, who was once his most loyal pet, and shit all over him because he tried to do this wishy-washy fence-sitting position to justify his taste in men, which is Lilith Lovett. And all the trannies in the entire world got really pissed off at his fucking fence sitting and said, I'm actually sweaty. Our game mate said that we're characteristically female. There are penis that's still there. There will never be a real woman. But if you think about it, our brains are biologically female, and therefore we are real women, if you want to know the truth about it. And don't forget about intersex people with XXY non-Klinefelter syndrome. Yeah, fuck you. Get shit on, retard. Oh, there is one company still holding the line, still willing to put the gay nigga flag on the top, and that is World of Warcraft, which is officiating a Pride event for the first time ever in the game's 20-year-long history. Patch 12.05 promises the first official Pride event, Dark Spear Dash, and as you can see, it's quite gay indeed. Pride has officially arrived at Azeroth. Celebrate identity and inclusivity with the Dark Spear Dash, the official holiday coming in patch 12.05, based on the annual Running of the Trolls community event. Based on an annual community organized charity event, the Running of the Trolls looks to be getting some official support in-game. In patch 12.05, the Dark Spear Dash has become an official holiday in Azeroth, running from June 27th to 29th as part of a Pride month. Now in its 12th year, the Running of the Trolls is a Pride event on Feather Moon US, created to raise awareness and increase visibility for WoW community members in the LGBTQIAP+ community while raising money for the Trevor Project. As a non-profit organization, the Trevor Project provides 24/7 all year round leading suicide prevention and crisis intervention for queer young people. There you go. If you're giving money to Blizzard, you're giving money to gay nigga shit. If you use pocket sand, use these sands will give your body the boogie it's been waiting for. Become a dancing fiend for 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, and the Trevor Project does support gender-affirming care for minors. So that is child mutilation surgeries. Aforementioned penis inversion and penile scrap floatal vagina. I said that wrong. Penile flap scrotal vaginoplasties for little kids. Snipping off the baby weenuses and mutilating them like Jazz Jennings so they're in agonizing pain and never experience love. Next. Tommy Robinson posted this clip from the BBC. with a black anchor.
Are we all becoming too dog friendly? From coffee shops, restaurants, and retailers like IKEA, Zara, and John Lewis, dog friendly spaces are becoming easy to come by. There are 13.5 million pet dogs in the UK, and 36% of households own at least one dog. But people who are allergic to dogs or afraid of them say that the rise of these dog-friendly spaces is a concern. One woman with the extreme fear of dogs told the BBC that she feels trapped and only goes out on special occasions due to the lack of dog-free zones. She's one of the many seeking support in online groups who offer advice on how to avoid them. But a coffee shop owner whose brand is underpinned by the dogs says that they're part of the family. What do you think? Has it all gone a bit too far? Are we all...
Well, she doesn't leave her house except on special occasions because she's a Muslim in a rag, and she's not allowed to leave her house in public and be seen in public, or her husband will beat her half to death. I don't think it's fair to blame that on the dogs. Is this the new Chudmax thing? We have to take our heckin' pepperinos to Walmart to make sure Muslims are afraid of themselves? The only people I don't support this for is shit bulls. And there's a real correlation between low class, low IQ people and shit bull ownership. I think it's like a masculinity thing. If you're like a retard and you don't have much to show for your life, you can just get like a shitty fucking pit bull, and then you're like, yeah, I'm like a real man. I'm like a real manly man with my shit ass fucking dog. But aside from that, I support heckin' pepperinos in public. But you need to put a thingy on them. You need to make it clear. Is this a pet puppy that you can pet? Or is it like a non-petting dog? They have like special harnesses for that. You put like a red one on your shit-ass dog. But we should just not allow pit bulls outside of like kennels and execution kennels. Only kill shelters. No other shelters should take them in. There's another segment about how dogs are causing problems. We have Dr. Malouf saying one main problem in the countryside is dogs. Muslims don't like dogs.
Because there are some people that
we've got a problem. It's actually it's a lot about the national parks and getting people out there and making national parks for everybody. And one of the problems is dogs. And actually, this isn't just about the fact that a lot of Muslims find dogs very difficult. It is about people who do not know how to control their dogs.
Why do Muslims find dogs difficult?
Because a lot.
Muslims in the Holy Quran, if I remember correctly, this is how this goes. It's either in the Quran or one of the Hadiths, but there is a story where Muhammad sees an angel, and he describes this angel as one of the sexiest boys he's ever seen, with a bubble butt booty. And Muhammad is just infatuated with this angel. And his little child bride, Aisha, wants to see the dog. But Muhammad says, no, this bubble butt boy only comes to my tent when there are no women and no dogs around, because he was afraid of dogs. But Muhammad told Aisha that it was an unclean animal. So her pet dog, her precious little slobber mutt that she used to console herself after being raped by the Prophet Muhammad, Muhammad said to her, take your dog away so that my bubble butt beauty will come visit my tent at night. And so Aisha would, and the bubble butt angel boy would show up at Muhammad's tent, and they would discuss theological things, I'm very certain, is what was happening in that tent when the angel would arrive. So the story was written that Muhammad said the angels were offended by dogs and that they are unclean animals. And many, many years later, Muslims hate dogs and will kill them en masse and will avoid them because the bubble butt beauty angel would not visit Muhammad in his rape tent unless there were no dogs around. That is my recollection of the Holy Quran.
They don't have dogs as pets. They have dogs as.
But that shouldn't stop other people taking their dogs to the country, because there are some people that don't like dogs.
But there are a lot of, as we know, and
hold that thought,
there are a
guys.
lot of very badly behaved dogs.
Time.
See you next hour. We've got a problem. Actually it's a lot about it's a lot about.
The end of the end of year exams, and the summer show.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mute myself. I said that was the end of the dog segment. Now we have this other clip. I don't know what the fuck this is. I haven't seen it yet, so we're gonna watch this for the first time together.
The end of year exams, and the summer show.
Oi, core blimey, we got a little dude here. A little dude.
I've decided to kill two birds with one stone by selecting Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream for the performance. I know it's not the most popular choice, but you will thank me when you open that exam paper. Yes. Daphne.
Their name's D now, actually.
Yeah, you just dead name.
D, as in little dude. Dude, I'm so sorry, dude.
The miss.
I'm sorry. I've known you as Daphne for 2 years. I can't just flick a switch. I am trying.
Look at the power dynamics here. We have the teacher who's trying to educate the English on English literature, some of the most important language defining history in the world. Things that, like the word eyeball, that's Shakespeare. There's so many words that exist only because Shakespeare wrote them into his plays, and that established English as a language. But she has to yield to the smug, condescending, shit-eating look of a retard who got molested by her uncle because she decided that she's going to change her name.
I am trying.
You shouldn't have to try.
You shouldn't have to try. You shouldn't have to try. You just gotta do. There, as our prophet Yoda said in the Holy Trinity, he said, "Do or do not. There is no try. Take that to heart, teacher. Learn from the good word."
You either see them or you don't.
Well, I don't. I see a little fucking pooner here. I see a little smug, shit-eating pooner who knows that there's a power dynamic shift here because she can complain to your staffing manager, your HR department, and have you fired. So now you better fucking suck some ass here.
You either see them or you don't. I think you should apologize.
I just did. I'm sure she can fight her own battles.
It's they, not she.
It's they. It's they. Well, bitch, you should know by now that they is actually Shakespearean. Shakespeare was the first one to use they, them as singular gender-neutral pronouns. How about that for your fucking lesson, cunt?
It's fine. It's not fine, though. It's about respecting other people's identity.
Take a seat, Bancroft. You made your point.
Forgive me. D.
Sorry. My full name is D's Nuts, nigga.
I was just wondering if it has to be A Midsummer Night's Dream.
You're not a fan?
Well, there's a consent issue.
Oh! Shakespeare's too rapey, eh? Okay.
Titania is drugged before sleeping with Bottom.
Oh, red flag.
It's also anti-feminist, portraying women as submissive and dependent on men.
Sorry, was the spotlight off you for too long there, princess?
That sort of thing might have been glossed over in the 15th century, but to a modern audience, it could be...
What the fuck is this? The Teacher? Is this just a show about how being a teacher in the modern age is a never-ending nightmare of dealing with loud, obnoxious black students and fucking stuck-up cunts like this constantly? Is this what this show is about?
Quite triggering.
Bosley, it's the 16th century. Secondly...
Oh, look at her face. Look at her face. I'm a 16-year-old girl. I know everything. I'm 16 years old. I figured out the entire world in moral objectivity. You don't get to correct me, you fucking bitch.
Is it triggering for you, personally?
Not directly,
Then
no.
why are you talking?
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Excuse me?
I think Miss Simpson would like you to stop trolling and pipe down.
I'm just expressing an opinion, as is my...
Thank God for the black guy. The only person with balls in this classroom. What is this from? It's like BBC 5, The Teacher? BBC 5, The Teacher. It's got a 5.9 on IMDb. That means it sucks. Anything lower than a 7 on IMDb is absolute dog shit. And honestly, nothing below an 8 is even worth watching. It's a good, engaging drama show. Okay. Seasonal anthology drama focusing on a different story about teachers in the British school system, also known as Hell itself. Next, this is a study regarding attraction and how gender and national origins collide, focusing on a population of Germans. Rolf Dijen says male refugees from Afghanistan and Syria in Germany show a keen interest in forming relationships with local women, but local women show little interest in forming relationships with them. Germany, in particular, received over 1.4 million refugees between 2014 and 2016, predominantly from Muslim majority countries such as Syria and Afghanistan. The majority of these arrivals consisted of young, single men within prime marriageable age brackets. This study examines partnered preferences of male refugees from Afghanistan and Syria who arrived in Germany between 2014 and 2016, and female residents of similar age. Overall, our results indicate a high level of openness among young male refugees towards partnering with female members of the resident population, but a comparatively low level of openness among the latter towards partnering with recently arrived male refugees. This implies a substantial incongruence in partnership preferences among the two groups. Regarding the educational level of a potential partner, we found that all respondents prefer highly educated partners over those with low levels of education. This suggests that for refugees, securing a highly educated partner might serve as a means of upward social mobility and integration into higher status networks in the host society. Furthermore, it is possible that highly educated women, due to their greater exposure to diverse social environments and potentially less discriminatory attitudes, are perceived as more open to in group partnerships, making them more attractive for refugees seeking acceptance on social integration. On the other hand, the reluctance of resident women to accept partnerships with refugees is largely explained by the rejection of imported religious Islam. Imported in air quotes, implying that Islam has always been German. It was possible that resident women perceived the religious practices of newly arrived refugees as different from their own, reinforcing a social distance that limits intergroup partnerships. Moreover, this reluctance might not only reflect religious differences, but also concerns about gender norms or perceived lifestyle incompatibilities. So basically, this guy has managed not to call German women racist for this, but instead pins it on the fact that Muslims are basically savages who kill dogs and marry children as a core problem. Why a German woman would not be interested? Oh, from Bonn. Fun fact about Bonn. Okay. When Germany was split in two after World War II, Bonn became the capital of West Germany. There were other options. There were bigger cities. There was Dusseldorf. There was München. But they picked Bonn. You know why? Because the first prime minister of Germany after the war, Adenauer, if I remember correctly, wanted Bonn because no one would fight over it, and it was the closest city to his house. And so, without any better option, they decided to just pick the closest city to the guy's house and went with it. And so, it was the capital of West Germany. There's also Berlin, but that was split in half and inaccessible, so they couldn't put that there either. So, it was the capital of West Germany until reunification. Anyways, Rolf posts studies. I remember him posting base stuff in the past. He's okay. I mean, he did put this in fucking air quotes here, imported. Maybe he's just trying to say that that's their statement and not his, but it is an imported religion. There was a referendum on if Islam should be accepted into the Holy Roman Empire back during the first siege of Vienna, and the Viennese and thereby the Austro-Hungarians decided, no, we don't want any Islam. and then the winged hussars arrived. If I remember correctly. My history going back that far is not as good as my random trivia about West Germany. Anyways, so the comment on this was, studies like this are so incredibly creepy. They frame sexual the refusal of European women to breed with hostile invading men as some kind of problem. Like, why would highly educated women not want to have sex with men who have a disproportionately more inclined towards sexual violence and regressive religious ideologies, and who come from more dysfunctional places on earth where women are regularly beaten or killed? We must fix this to ensure Germans are wiped out. It's as if they are studying this in preparation for some dysgenics program. Note, the preferences of male refugees or female refugees don't seem to be studied. Interesting. That's because there basically are none. Or if they do come over, they're already married. And they're brought over like carry-on luggage by the men. But they're, of course, always open to more. It's just a part of their wonderful culture. This might also play into things. This is an old article, I warn you, but this is one of these things that is just like permanently stored in my brain. There was a guy, Maja R. What was the name of the woman? But there was nine men gang raped a 15-year-old girl in Hamburg, which is in northern Germany, in 2020. And one of the perpetrators, I think all of them even, it doesn't expressly say, but one of the attackers was elderly. So an elderly man participated in a gang rape of a 15-year-old German girl in Hamburg. And the elderly man, because of his advanced age, was given a suspended sentence where he was allowed to simply walk free on the condition he commit no more crimes during his suspended sentence. And as a result, Maja, or Maya, might be her name, I don't know. Maya then said on Facebook that he was a disgraceful rapist pig and a disgusting freak. These are defamatory criminal statements under the German gazettes because they attacked the dignity of this poor man. And so she was sentenced to a weekend in jail in 2024 for hate speech. And for, I think the specific name of the crime is like defaming the dignity of an individual. So she attacked his dignity, a crime, and she received an actual weekend in jail, whereas the rapist who gang raped a 15-year-old received a suspended sentence and spent no time in jail. No, I am not kidding you. This is a real news story. This actually happened. So if you want to know, people are like, well, America is so bad. Yeah, homie, but shit like this doesn't fucking happen in the United States. Next. Okay, I haven't read through this at all, but I trust Drama Fan. Okay. So, occasionally he mentions the conventions, the party conventions in Canada, and the NPD has been handing out equity cards for marginalized voices to skip over gross whites and straights. There's much contention, including people trying to use them outside of the event, people complaining that they aren't intersectional enough, and people complaining that they're not strictly enforced enough. They saw a Mayo monkey talking angry face. Here's the tweet. Happening now from Alex Zoltan, Amazing Zoltan says, there's a surprising amount of disagreement and intellectual diversity at the 2026 NPD Leadership Convention, but one matter everyone seems to agree on is that they hate the equity cards.
Thank you, Delegate. There's a point of privilege on microphone 1, then we'll go to microphone 3. Go ahead, Delegate.
Yes, hello. I was standing here with my gender equity card before you called on the previous speaker. That's my point of privilege that I would like to raise.
I will explain the speaking order, which is fixed, that I cannot amend, which is the pro-con rotation. You can move yourself up a line that you're standing in.
I am pro, and I was...
We went...
You went pro, con...
We went pro-con, pro, and my plan was to go con. The speaker at con mic 3 also has a speaking card.
Yesterday, this card was used in an...
Oh my god, dude. The leader of this party is this guy, A.V. Lewis, who is the great-grandson of a Moshe Losh from Polish, a member of the Jewish Bund. the International Jewish Labor Bund, which is a New York international Jewish communist organization for labor movements. Wow, what a rich history. I can see why he leads this party.
Inappropriate matter. And while I understand in Ontario we note this as equity, even if that, this was also used inappropriately in terms of gender. I want everyone to be mindful that these cards for individuals like myself who identify as a Black woman have no value outside of this space.
Hey, this pertains to multiple intersecting.
Oh my God, we got Liz Fong Jones up here.
My lived experience, I'd like to speak. I was rejected when I talked, and it's frustrating when these are my rights being directly under attack right now in Alberta, and that a sister woman had spoken over me. And I understand her rights are important too. This pertains to her too, but I don't know.
I understand her rights are important, but I'm a tranny Asian, and therefore, I fucking trump you. They need to like tier the cards. Like, if like a point system. If you're Black, that's like 3 points. If you're like brown, you get 2 points. If you're a part of a persecuted faith such as Hindu or Islam, you get an extra point. If you're a woman, you get an extra point. Unless you're a Muslim, then you don't get a point as a woman. And if you're intersex or transgender, you get an extra point. So if you happen to be a Black Muslim intersex woman, actually no, you have to be an intersex man, and maybe a non-binary. That would cut cleanly. Then you get to speak first. You get like a red card, and then if you happen to have 4 points, you get like an orange card. If you have 3 points, you get a yellow card, and if you're white, you just don't get shit.
The federal MVP will also have a broader interpretation of the equity cards for speakers.
If you're Jewish, you get a blue card, and then you're leading the event. You don't actually have to speak.
Better using the card by forming a straight line behind the microphone.
We don't tolerate straight lines here. We want curved lines. We want beautiful curves.
Prominently displayed equity card. If I see speakers ahead of you who are not holding a card prominently, it would be wrong of me to guess about their gender identity, and I will come to you. This applies so far according to your rules.
It's true. You know, short hair on women is very, very hard to pull off. If you want to do short hair on a woman, you basically have to have a really feminine looking face. She looks like a man. She looks like she leads like a Hitler youth group, except the fact, like, you know, like an old German man, except for the fact that she has like the biggest Dumbo ears I've ever fucking seen. Like, my grandfather had ears that were really big and point outwards like that, but she really takes the fucking cake. Your hair, if you had longer hair, you could hide how, like, enormous your fucking ears are.
For gender identities other than a dude, but it is open to us to change our rules as we like as we move forward into the bright and golden future.
Okay. She can hear everything, but can she hear about the patriarchy?
Burnaby North Seymour, pronouns he.
Well, she's got the gay nigga badge.
Him. Point of information.
What information do you seek, delegate?
This is so play pretend. Do other parties in Canada do this where they have points of privilege and they seek information as delegates? Is this like a thing that other parties do, or is this like uniquely NPD? It's like play pretend where it's like, what if we were like a completely like deorganized democracy that voted on every piece of legislation with points of privilege? And like, what if we just had direct democracy for everything all the time? And like, and so they have to like enact this in their party shit. It's specifically NPD.
Can I ask an election about, or can I ask a question about executive elections to the chair?
It's true. What piece of information do you seek, delegate? That is like an NPC line. Like, you walk up to an NPC in the video game, and it's like NPD correspondent, and she just immediately like turns to face you, like rotates 90 degrees, faces you, locks eye contact, and sits there staring at you as like you look at the options on the screen, and it's just like that idle information where she's just like staring at you like this. And there's like the bubble underneath her that has like your options, and there's like a idle animation where she's like breathing and just staring at you, blinking occasionally, and just sits there for like 30 minutes and while you go pee and waiting for you to respond.
This committee has gone to do balloting and they're not available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Microphone 4, are you on a point?
Point of order, Robert Alley, he, they. My understanding as an equity-seeking delegate is that these cards are to help the chair hear equity-seeking persons and that we don't only hear from white male delegates. Now, this is my first...
I haven't seen a single white male delegate in this entire thing. You're kind of, are they they're realizing that they have equity inflation going on. Like everybody has an equity card and there's no white men to oppress, then your equity cards have lost value significantly. When there's 100,000 equity cards and 0 non-equity cards, then your equity cards have no fucking worth.
Convention. But so I could be wrong, but the reason the reason for my concern is that yesterday during the housing resolution, after a...
Oh, we have to add visibly disabled to one of the equity points. If you're disabled, mentally disabled, you get a point. If you're visibly disabled, you get 3 points.
White man spoke. Someone at this mic waved their equity card only to give their speaking spot to a white man. Now,
oh no! Oh no! A person used their privilege, their inverse privilege, to privilege a white person. They need to rule that shit out. They need to make it so that you can't give speaking time to a white person if they have equity points. That's strictly for Brown.
Now, that white man being a leadership delegate, notwithstanding, I had lined up for a long time to discuss the housing resolution, like many others, including my fellow delegate, Akua. I just want us as a body to understand the spirit of these cards, because we are a party governed by processes and not by any sort of shock doctrine. Like I said before, it's my first convention, but I can tell tensions are high with the leadership contest, and I just want us to make sure that we remember our values that brought us here. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
I get it now. I get it. I support boring white people. I understand now why politics is so fucking boring, and you just have guys in suits that are like, we're tabling resolution 1427, motion to increase the budget for the coffee break rooms in the middle schools of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We believe that by adding $20 a day to the coffee budget, we will be able to provide more beneficial caffeine regimens to our teachers. All in favor? Aye. The motion passes. Like, the reason why we do this is because if you just let random animals walk into your committees and start talking, you would get like stuttering, psychotic, multiracial, ethnically indeterminate mutts, like barking, haltering nonsense at you while dressed in disheveled clothes. And it's like, how the fuck are you going to pass your coffee budget if this is the person who's going to raise a point of privilege every time, something gets brought up? It's like you need you don't need a devolved governance system. You need representatives who will sit there and do the boring shit in the suit and tie and look respectable, because otherwise you're fucking ruled by a mob that looks like this. I support the boring white men. Motion to pass the boring white men into government forever. Okay. It's true, I do need dude, I haven't drank caffeine again. Lent is officially over. But like when I detoxed off of caffeine, I was in such like a black pill rut for like 2 weeks. And it's like, if I feel that bad not drinking caffeine, maybe I should just not drink caffeine again, because it was just so bad. Anyways. I don't know what the shit this... Oh, okay, this is takeovers. Apparently black kids are taking over malls. They're no longer satisfied taking over streets. They take over malls now.
What are teen takeovers? It's a large, unannounced gathering of hundreds of teens at a single public location, which is crazy.
Teens. Yeah. Teens.
Problematic. Think malls, parks, city centers, you name it. Now, they're not new. Chicago has seen them for years, but they're gaining momentum nationally.
I've seen some of these stories pop up, like teens running everywhere. It's just absolute chaos.
Yeah.
Social media is clearly where these things are starting.
And escalating.
Yes.
And spiraling out of control.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, if they're posting this on the likes of TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, wherever it is, that news is going to spread quickly.
I blame Snap the most because Snap has Snap Maps.
Right.
But invitations are circulating on TikTok,
What the fuck
on
is
Instagram,
Snap?
on Discord, not to mention like just text, right? Word spreads extremely fast.
Oh, Snapchat. They just call it Snap now. Yeah, they're I bet these guys are on Snap. I'm gonna be real with you. Okay, so this is a teen takeover. You ready? Oh, there's lots of teens there. Yeah. Do they just show up and they loiter? Is that the joke? Oh, is this like the prologue? Is it gonna get worse? Okay, this is like a part 2, right? Oh no, white people with the children. Honey, get your shit. Don't bother paying, just drop it. We got a teen takeover. I just got an alert on the Snapchat. We gotta fucking run. And they're like, running out the fucking, teens, the teens.
Oh, baby, so this auntie, first year living downtown while it's warm, and baby, oh, hell no. Look at all these
Dude, even other teens don't want to get down there with the teens when they start doing the Snap Maps.
out here. No, I know before when I used to come down here that I would see a lot of them, you know what I'm saying? But I'd be going to a little lounge or whatever and then hopping in my car and going home. But now that I live down here seeing this, hell no.
Shit, now that I gotta live around them, hell no.
Baby.
Fuck,
and
fuck that.
And I know my window dirty. They ain't clean our windows yet. They ain't got nothing to do with me. That's on the outside. But all I hear is police. Look. The police is pulling up like, curfew, get out of here. Bye. Oh, baby, I don't know about this.
Hey, yo, get your black ass out of here. You fucking teens. Get fuck on out of here. Call the police. We got teens. We got teens walking down the street. This is not a teen neighborhood. Is the saxophone like a meme? Okay, I get it. The saxophone is part of the meme. 8 arrested after teen takeover prompts curfew in the Loop. Hyde Park.
It was a very loud and busy night here in the Loop, prompting a large police response and potentially some arrests as well. I want you to take a look at this. This video was shared on the Citizen app. It was at around 9:30 last night when a large group of people...
Sorry, what was that Asian woman? The Citizen app. What is this? This seems like a thing I need to know about. Play Store. Citizen app. Does anyone else use this thing? Crime Radar promoted. Citizen Protect the World. 4.5, 100,000 views. Protect yourself with live emergency news and 24/7 community crime updates. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Asian lady. I appreciate this. If you hear any smooth jazz, make sure you guys report that on the fucking Citizen app.
Well, we're seen gathered here in the Loop. You can also see Chicago police officers on scene, many of them on bikes. At one point, video also showed emergency vehicles near this group, but we are still waiting for that confirmation on whether that was actually related to this gathering. This is another video we've obtained through the Citizen app. As you can see, there's a person in handcuffs getting arrested by Chicago police. Justin Peters, the founder of Chi-Town Crime Chaser, says he was in the thick of all of this chaos trying to help. Listen.
200-300 kids just running back and forth, jumping on cars, just fighting, taunting the police. And it got pretty bad to the point me and my team actually witnessed the little boy actually getting stumped out unconscious, and I had to render aid to him. We had to call an ambulance for this boy. Once the weather starts breaking, or it's spring break or the weekend, and these kids got nothing to do in their communities where they're from on the south and west sides, they'll come downtown.
Dude, even the black people have to form teen watch groups so that when the teens are coming, they can like coordinate emergency responses and prevent the teens from killing random people in the street. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Okay. Any more good ones? McDonald's takeover by teens. Oh no, the teens. Okay, the teens are at Macca's. That's a lot of teens. Scary. Nothing happened in that one. It's like a real mixed bag. They're like walking through malls with like stomping kids to death. That's quite the range there. Okay, that's enough teens for now. News Hamster, you are dismissed. By the way, I have my fan going. It's very warm today. I hope that you can't hear that. Actually, this is one more piece of news, but I have it blended into the femsex section. The secret double life of Kristi Noem's cross-dressing husband, Brian. The pouty, busty bimbo photos and trove of explicit messages. So if you don't know, DHS secretary who resigned has had a marriage scandal. This woman's husband, despite being the DHS secretary, was living a double life as a cross-dressing bimbo fetishist, and he was spending her DHS money on OnlyFans transsexuals, and there are pictures to prove it. Here we go. Here is DHS Secretary former DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's husband wearing a boob plate and taking pictures of himself in skin-tight clothes, which he was sending to transsexuals on OnlyFans. Here they are together. You can see the Washington Monument in the background. This is the steps of the White House here. Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary, and this fucking guy right next to her. This is another picture, him showing off. He appears to have something like really, really tight underwear on, or like a cup. So he's like tucked himself in. Here he is showing off. He's even doing like a duck face, pouty face, like a teenage girl would do to show off his fake boobs again. Here's the DHS secretary, former DHS secretary Kristi Noem's husband's ass in hot pants. Here's a normal picture of them, I think, by their home, I would imagine. Here they are, loving husband of, I want to say 30 years, 32 years. Multiple children together, very successful wife, obviously. Talking to a transsexual about actually, I don't even know if it was a transsexual or a real woman, but he was asking for her to get 3,000 cc boobs, which, if my understanding is that implants are kind of like how they're sized by water displacement, kind of like car engines. So he wanted breast implants of 3,000 cc's, which you can just cut the fucking middleman out. That's 3 liters. Imagine a liter jug. Imagine 2 of them. Imagine 3 of them. Now imagine 6 of them stapled to a person's chest. That is how big a breast he wanted to see. Just absolutely gargantuan, like cartoonishly oversized. There was even he would give her money for between $5,000 and $1,000 on the reg. So he was like a big whale pay pig for this tranny, I think. And GOP operative 9/11 widow. So dude, she lost her husband in 9/11 and remarried, and the new husband is a tranny, as turned out. I think there was even a point in this where they talk about how the person receiving the money said that he would disappear randomly for months at a time. He would say something like, "I love my wife. What I'm doing is bad. I need to stop this." And he would just ghost her. And then randomly, months later, he would show back up and start putting money back in her account and sending her those pictures. So, yeah, he got fucking zogged real bad. Porn addict, disgusting to a disgusting degree. So he even knew. It's not like he was just doing it like, it's just like, boys got to have fun. It's like he knew it was bad. He felt bad about doing it, but he kept doing it. I feel bad for Christy Nome, even though she wasn't that great as a DHS secretary. Okay, this is a complicated topic. Okay. So years ago, I think in 2025, there there was a woman named Alyssa Mercant. Alyssa Mercant is effectively a digital prostitute. She is like a pro sex work, culture commentary who's done titty shows. I'm pretty sure she did like OnlyFans or some kind of sex work where she exposed her breast for money. Many of people would be convinced that this is a form of prostitution, digital prostitution. I call any kind of online sex work digital prostitution because that's what it is. Prostitution is, in my opinion, I don't care what the fucking Oxford definition is, in my opinion, is any kind of exchange of sexual gratification for financial incentives. So showing your titties off on the internet for money or for attention is prostitution, digital prostitution. However, prostitution is one of those things that is a actual defamatory category. There's very few things that fall under strict defamation per se. Calling someone a pedophile, saying that someone has HIV, or that somebody is a prostitute, these are defamation per se. They're some of the only things you can say about people that actually put you in the hot seat when it comes to defamation. So when you want to call somebody a prostitute, you should always put a little caveat star next to it. Digital prostitute, something like that. Explain what you're saying, like I just did. Smash JT did not. He decided to call her a prostitute. And Alyssa Mercant hired Cusk, which is the exact same law firm that is representing Liz Fong Jones in the Lolcow case. And in fact, the exact same lawyer, Lane Haywood, who is a tranny, and sued Smash JT. Now, the original filing for this was pathetic. It alleged various torts and non-torts. It alleged that he was engaged in stochastic terrorism as an actual civil count of common law, which is a preposterous accusation, and has only been recognized in like Seattle. But they were trying to get him on civil stochastic terrorism. At some point, Alyssa Mercant replaced Lane Haywood with someone named Remy Green. Remy Green is also a tranny and belongs to a different law. Actually, I think Remy might have been a part of Cusk at the time, but has now formed his own law firm called Cohen and Green. The other partner, the Cohen, is also a tranny. It's called like Fem Law or something. They're also New York based. At some point, Remy took over the case. Now, Lane Haywood does not appear to be too competent. The initial complaint indicates somebody who is not very competent, but is an activist. And you have to be careful with activist attorneys, and I'll explain that in depth in a second. But Lane Haywood did not do a very good job. At some point, they switched over to Remy Green. Remy Green is much more success-oriented and not ideals-oriented. Hardin is actually very impressed by Remy Green as an attorney, and what he has managed to do since taking over the case was Well, first of all, what Smash JT tried to explain to the court is that they didn't have jurisdiction. Because I think Lane sued where Alyssa Mercant lives, which is either Eastern or Southern District of New York. And Smash JT does not live there. Smash JT lives somewhere else. And they tried to throw it out on jurisdictional grounds. Representing Smash JT is Ron Coleman, a name that might sound familiar because Ron Coleman is co-counsel in the Ofcom case with 4chan and Kiwi Farms. So he has this long history as a free speech attorney because of one case. He went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court and won in a case against the United States Patent and Trademark Office. A musical group called The Slants tried to trademark the name The Slants, and the USPTO said that was a racially insensitive term. The kicker is that the Slants were an all-Asian group. So if it was racially insensitive, it wouldn't have been racially insensitive to the people calling themselves the Slants, because they seem to have a sense of humor about it. The USPTO denied this. They appealed it, and the appellate court upheld it, and they went to the Supreme Court with Ron Coleman. Ron Coleman won at the Supreme Court, and they were allowed to trademark the Slants, arguing that it was a First Amendment violation, successfully that it was a First Amendment violation, and that the USPTO can't reject a trademark because that they, on their own moralistic terms, find it an offensive name. So that was what made his career as a free speech guy. Before that, he was an IP guy. He handled patents and trademarks, which is why he was in a patent case. It was not a free speech case. It was an IP case. His understanding of free speech stuff may be lacking. He's had two serious issues. I don't know if I've talked about this before, but I'll repeat it. He represented Laura Loomer in a offensive defamation case. If I remember correctly, and I think I've got this down pat, he represented Laura Loomer in the free state of Florida suing the Muslim Brotherhood and for defamation because the Muslim Brotherhood accused Laura Loomer of being a Mossad agent, if I remember correctly. It was something like that. She's Jewish, she's a Mossad agent. Now, it's worth mentioning that in the free state of Florida, the Muslim Brotherhood is designated a terrorist organization. So Laura Loomer and I guess Ron Coleman sued the Muslim Brotherhood thinking it's a terrorist organization, there's no way that we can lose this lawsuit. They lost it. They lost to a terrorist organization in the state that they sued in. And more than that, Laura Loomer, I think, got into trouble for some misconduct. But the main issue was that the Muslim Brotherhood offered to settle the case for $1. And the rule is, in the federal rules of civil procedure, that every settlement offer, regardless of how ridiculous it is, must be made known to your party. So when the Muslim Brotherhood sent Ron Coleman the $1 settlement offer for the defamation case, Ron Coleman, I guess, assumed that Laura Loomer would reject it and did not pass it along to her. That is against the rules of the bar. You have to do that. So she's even confirmed this and said, I wouldn't have taken the offer if I had known about it, but that doesn't matter. You have to pass it along. So Ron Coleman got into trouble because of that. He had to face like a sanction in the court. Then this issue with Ron representing Smash JT came up. Remy Green successfully argued that if we're going to, before we dismiss the case on jurisdiction, let's do discovery. And the court granted this limited discovery to ascertain the facts of if Smash JT is doing business in the District of New York that they're in. This was granted, and it was probably unnecessary for the judge to grant this because the judge basically said, you're right, there's no proof that this guy does any business in New York, so we have no reason to have this case. But let's do a little bit of discovery anyways. Remy then subpoenaed OpenAI and subpoenaed Smash JT for his conversations with OpenAI. Ron Coleman filed some kind of motion to quash the subpoena, but Smash JT complied and downloaded his data from OpenAI and gave it to Ron Coleman, I guess pending the decision on the quash, because you have to preserve data in a lawsuit. Ron Coleman, despite quashing or moving to quash the subpoena, sent over the completely unredacted and unlimited files of discovery to Remy Green and Alyssa Mercant. Alyssa Mercant and her attorney then went over the OpenAI logs and decided to publish a settlement offer that is humiliating to Ron Coleman and to Smash JT. And I think there's even a footnote in here that Remy Green said, "We're publishing this settlement publicly because I also represented the Muslim Brotherhood in Florida, and you didn't pass along my last settlement offer to Laura Loomer, so we're posting this publicly so that he sees it for sure, because you have a habit of not doing this." So this is how fucked this case is getting, where a tranny and a titty girl are one of the most disgusting troglodyte titty whores ever, are making gains in this case, and they got his chat logs with ChatGPT, which are very, very, very embarrassing to Smash JT. In the logs, it is discovered by comparing the OpenAI responses to his requests and his public blog that he writes all of his articles using OpenAI with very limited editing. Effectively, the only editing that they recognized in the article they pulled was to re-add like racially insensitive stuff that OpenAI refused to write, and kept everything else exactly as it was presented. Then the other stuff was that Smash JT had been using OpenAI to vent about his wife and his kids, had asked for bedtime stories to read his kids, had asked OpenAI to write a love letter for his wife, and so on, and was asking it for legal advice and for the status of his case, because he didn't understand and couldn't get a hold of Ron Coleman, who would ghost him, apparently. So in this, it's mostly embarrassing stuff, but the one thing that they have that they're arguing proves that he knowingly defamed her was that he asked OpenAI if it was defamation to call somebody who's a sex worker a prostitute. And OpenAI's initial reaction is, well, not strictly speaking, because some sex work is sex work without prostitution. Prostitution is usually defined as like bodily contact. And then he asked like a follow-up question and a second follow-up question. And after coaching the AI finally gave him what he wanted to hear and said, yeah, for sure, that's prostitution. And that's not defamation. So Remy is arguing that because he had spoken to the AI and received the initial response and had to like adjust it to get what he wanted as an answer, he knew that it was defamatory, and he proceeded anyways, which is not really a strong argument, but it is very embarrassing for him. So the Smash JT case is proceeding unfavorably. They're trying to get him to settle, and what they're asking for is the same amount of money that he's already paid Ron Coleman. Now, in response to this and the Laura Loomer thing, it's a thing that Sean Martin, the what is it? It's like uncriminal or something. Sorry, I feel bad. Uncivil law. I know Sean Martin, but what's his channel name? Help me out here. I've been burned on law YouTuber. Okay, this guy is just like spamming fucking chat, the same fucking bullshit over and over again. I don't know what the fuck you want. Uncivil, potentially criminal. Okay, I got you. Sorry, my bad. Sean reached out, and he was concerned because Ron represents us in the Ofcom stuff. However, from my understanding, it's entirely Preston Byrne who is managing that case at this point, and Preston has his goals, and I believe that he can competently reach his goals. And his goals are mostly to humiliate the United Kingdom as much as possible and become known as the free speech guy. Basically what his interests are. So his interests and my interests align, and I have some confidence in him. Okay, and this is just a very long thing making fun of him, and they published this on Blue Sky or whatever the fuck, and it broke out of containment. And they're basically coping in public. In fact, what's really embarrassing. I'll just show this because it is super embarrassing. And the fallout of this, he made some tweets laughing about it, trying to like get ahead of stuff and be like, "Look, I'm not bothered at all because, who gives a shit? And we're still gonna win this case." And then there is here's the guy, by the way. Here's the hero. Look at what a hero he is. Partner at Cohen and Green, specializing in civil rights, defamation, free speech. Wow. Consumer rights and voting rights litigation. There was one really particularly embarrassing thing where Smash JT tagged. Oh, this is it. No, that's not it. Here, Smash JT tagged Ron Coleman, and if you notice, the Ron Coleman tag is not a link. So Ron Coleman like manually removed himself from this conversation, and as a result, that like untagged him from the original message. So he didn't want to see this message or any replies to it, basically, is what happened. There we go. There he is. Potentially criminal. Sorry. I'm bad with names. That's why I'll never be a politician. People like hearing their names and they like knowing that you memorize shit because it shows that you care. And I have a mind like a leaking bucket and I cannot remember names. So I'll never be able to impress people by precisely remembering everything about them. His lawyer must be pissed. Yeah, I bet. Well, it's his fault. Ron Coleman sent that information that he didn't have to send. He voluntarily sent them stuff that was damaging to his client. So, like, that's a big deal. Okay. This is not directly adjacent to stuff I usually cover. If I remember correctly, I did a whole stream on her. This was... I remember I ended it with the that really sad sea shanty song. But I did a stream on Holly Dance. This was a really big news case when it happened. Holly Dance's son hanged himself, and what was apparently an attempted suicide. And there was a really, really big right to life case where she was litigating all the way up to like the EU Human Rights Tribunal about the right to life, where she did not want to take him off life support. This is the right guy, right? No, it's Holly Dance, bro. It's not a fat woman. Very few people follow her anymore because the story is basically over. Yeah, Archie, that's it. So Holly Dance had a son. Oh, okay, that's right. I remember the TikTok trend. I remember what you're saying. He did something, and there is some contention over if it is to this day, because nobody knows for sure, if he attempted suicide or if it was a TikTok trend gone wrong. The end of it was that he effectively hanged himself, and he was taken to the hospital, and he was brain damaged. And she insisted that he was alive because his body would twitch or react to stuff, which is a very common thing with brain death. The families will insist that the child or person is alive because he'll twitch if you tickle him or touch him someplace. And the doctors will try to explain that, no, that's not a brain reaction. That is like a local nervous system reaction to a response. It's not the brain. But she insisted that he was alive. And they fought this for a very long time. And I remember that one of the last things they did is they did a biopsy of his neck injury. And they discovered that his brain stem had necrosis. He had been on the vent for several weeks or months at that point, and she was still trying to get a injunction against pulling the plug on him. But the biopsy came in. This was like the big thing for the High Court of the UK. Like, let's see what the biopsy says. And the biopsy reported necrosis in the brainstem. Dead. He's brain dead. He's never coming back. The kid's fucking dead. She lost. He was taken off life support. But it was a big thing in the UK. It was like the whole right to life people were backing her 100%. And she was a like media darling. And a lot of people got super, super, super interested in her because she just seemed to be reveling in this attention that she was getting in a way uncharacteristic of a grieving mother. So she brought tons of scrutiny on herself. Then, like months or even years later, while she was still trying to like do Archie related stuff after his passing, which was really sad because she had other kids that were alive that probably could have used the attention. But they went into the background as she did her Archie stuff. She got into a hit and run, causing grievous bodily harm with intent in 2022 revenge attack. The mother and son were convicted of a jury in Basildon Crown Court after roughly 2 hours of deliberations. The trial heard they chased their victim from the South End to Basildon before Dance rammed him off the road. Then Summers ran him over after he emerged from his vehicle. The pair's friend, Rise Bentley, was acquitted of inflicted grievous bodily harm with intent, causing serious injury by driving an affray. He was released from the dock and declared not guilty on all counts. Summers was found guilty of affray, and Dance was found guilty of possessing sea spray, because you can't have pepper spray in the UK because that's a dangerous weapon. So she was also found guilty of illegal canisters of pepper spray. Very dangerous stuff in the UK. Presiding judge recorder Peter Clark warned the pair that they should both expect significant custodial sentences. Richard Scott said the starting point in the sentencing calculation would be 5 years. So she lost her son. She was in the media spotlight, had a bunch of haters coming after her because they were very convinced that she was negligent in Archie's death, or at the very least was just reveling in his death and the attention that it brought her. And then the haters probably trolled her in real life, and she ran one of them over in her fucking car like Christian did. But unlike Christian, I guess he didn't cause grievous bodily harm. So she's looking at a 5-year prison sentence, starting at 5 years or more. So that is the whole Holly Dance thing. That's the best I can do. Okay, this guy is obviously really into it, but it was a big case in the UK. Oh yeah, she does this shit. Oh God, I remember this now. She does this shit where like she'll see a bird and she'll be like manifesting just when you really need to see him today. And it's like, that bird is Archie. And he's paying a visit to be like, I support you running that guy over in your car, Mama. It will be okay. Don't worry about it. Trust the plan. And that's some of the shit that people would talk about in regards to her after the whole ordeal as to why she was like a little cow. Okay. That is your sad Archie segment. Probably the last one ever. And now we have the tranny Nazi segment, who apparently has a... Is that Kirsche? Do we got a Kirsche? This is very dangerous to open this, but I'm going to say that looks like a Kirsche to me, chat. With the Kirsche avatar. So this is a retard. I can't remember much about him. He posted a bunch of... Oh, look, Pippa too. Pippa and Kirsche. Good company. So he's got the Storm of Steel. He's got the Prussian battle flag, I guess is what that is. He cross-dresses with leather straps, draws Nazi shit on his guns, and then does a lot of gooning on VR chat. So he's like a huge VR chat gooner and Discord gooner. And he got arrested at some kind of rally. What was he arrested at? He tried to shoot up a VRG meet. That's probably a good thing. What was he arrested for? No Kings. Oh, he went to the No Kings rally armed to the fucking teeth. Probably after saying shit online that was had them on high alert to begin with.
Oh, I still have to go to my court hearing. It's my first appearance. I've already said this.
Don't chimp out. Stay calm.
Yeah, one of you. No.
He begs for $80 from Soy Jack users.
If you don't behave, you don't get help.
I gonna
hear
get
this.
there?
You gotta tell
How
me.
am I gonna get
Yo,
there?
White
If I
Mafia.
don't have
I
a
am just
car,
crashing out.
if I
I'll
don't
give you
have a car,
context on
how
why
am I
I'm
supposed to
crashing
get
out.
there?
This is a real Discord experience right here.
How am I supposed to get there if I don't have a car?
If you don't have a car, okay, I understand that, but do you have Google Maps? Do you have?
The fuck is that keyboard?
If you don't have a car, okay, I understand.
Wow. He skinned his keyboard to be like furry porn. Okay.
That, but do you have Google Maps? Do you have Google Maps?
Yeah.
Okay, on Google Maps, what you can do is you can go and it'll show you the fastest place to walk and how long it's near you. I don't know
Dude, I
exactly
don't
where
live
you
in a
live, but
walkable
the near
city. I don't live in a walkable city. You don't
crash
understand.
out.
You are not in my shoes.
There are no
All you
walkable
need to
cities.
do
You already
is
passed
give
the
me
point of
$80. Is it?
Why didn't any of these shardy lads give him the $80 he needs to appear in court? What was the other charge? I guess they were both related to the No Kings incident. Oh, is this the let me turn this off before I blow this up. Oh, he followed the meme. So, he did. He posted all the Nazi shit in his gun, and then he went to the No Kings rally, and they were ready for him because they knew he was coming, and because they're in the Discord, obviously. So he got arrested. Now, speaking of 5 years in prison, oh my god, it's the exact same thing. The starting point is 5 years of prison for Holly Dance, and then the minimum sentence he's looking at is 5 years. So, superseding indictment, grand jury charges for count 1. Oh, he's mentally ill and possessed a firearm. So he was mentally adjudicated as adjudicated as a mental defective and had been committed to a mental asylum by 16, but still possessed a firearm to his knowledge, the Smith & Wesson Model 10. Charge 2. Previously known as a mental defective, possessed a Zig Zauer P230 9-caliber Kurtz pistol, which means short. Count 3. As a mental defective, owned a Walther PPS 919 pistol. Count 4. Knowingly received child pornography over the computer, probably. Count 5. Lolicon. They got him for Lolicon. He has a knowingly produce, distribute, receive with intent to distribute a visual depiction of any kind, including drawing, cartoons, or paintings that depicts a minor engaging in sexually explicit conduct. So they got him on the unlawful weapons, and then they got him on real child pornography, and then they got him on Lolicon. So I just want to let you know, Pippa, while you're jerking off your fan zone with your super kawaii chibi model for your lamb game, the lolicons you're masturbating to willfully possess and distribute child pornography as found on their fucking computer. And you're just okay with that. So he's looking at a minimum charge. I guess this is the sentencing guidelines here. Maximum of 15 years for the guns. Mandatory minimum of 5 years for the child pornography with a maximum of 20 years. And then the lolicon charge is the exact same thing. Recipient of obscene visual depictions of sexual abuse of minors. So he's looking at, if they're served consecutively, a minimum of 10, a maximum of 45. And if they're served simultaneously, a minimum of 5, a maximum of 20. Wow. Dude's fucked. But I mean, he's obviously he's obviously a fucking danger. Okay? Obviously a fucking danger. So good on him. Good for the feds. I'm happy for him. He'll be a sex offender. He gets to do the shuffle. Brum, brum, brum. One of the other fine things that the free state of Florida has done is make mandatory the sex offender shuffle. This is a very, very brief update, but if you remember, Max Carson, the pedophile, has shaved his head, and his girlfriend has broken up with him. His girlfriend is a this guy, by the way, is one of the best friends of Vito Gesualdi, which is why I don't believe Vito when he says that he's not a pedophile, because he's friends with this guy who is a fucking pedophile, who sang songs about being a pedophile. But his girlfriend dumped him, apparently. His girlfriend is like a weird character in his lore, where he's like physically abusive to her, like just the biggest dickhead ever. And it's always been like, it's a joke. But apparently she's left him. Probably because his room looks like a serial killer dungeon where you would like rape and murder somebody. Can't blame her. I wish nothing but the worst for Max Carson. In fact, I hope he kills himself as a consequence of this. Next, on the continued topic of lolicon and pedophilia, Schlepp, who is the Roblox guy that is friends with Ruben, responded to somebody tweeting out something about lolicon being pedophilia. And then he backed this up on his own, where he says, lolicon is pedophilia. If you gratify yourself to sexual images of animated children, you're a predator. The fact X allows a community of these people to thrive on here is very shocking. Do better at safety. Look at all the predators that come out of the woodwork on you. If you call people making animated sexualized images of children, something is truly wrong with the site. This has caused a total fucking meltdown on Twitter. Even Chibi Reviews comes out and says, would appreciate any support if you all leave a like on this post and on the video as well. Too many people are actively helping criminals by making false calls to police about drawings and care more than helping real victims. Well, as we've just established, they go in the same circles. So let's see. I want to hear this fucking cope. YouTube.com. Watch V equals B6FP4 underscore P4 underscore Q6G. It's not available anymore? B6F underscore P4 underscore Q6G. You guys might be spared. Oh, wait, I found it. Let's hear this guy talk about how much he wants to jerk off to little kids.
I want to catch a lot of heat for this.
Oh, it's this guy! It's this guy! Didn't this guy's girlfriend break up with him? Because he's like a fucking gross gooner? I remember him. I remember his anime titties in the background. What is the lore with this? I forgot completely. I talked about this guy getting dumped by his girlfriend, and she was like actively cucking him, and he was like crying in the open on his channel. Okay, I want to hear.
Video and probably receive hundreds of thousands of death threats for even making a video discussing lollies and even trying to defend lollies, but we're gonna get right.
Do you remember in Gamergate how pathetic it was when the literally who's kept going to the media and be like, I've received 1 trillion death threats. Remember the 9 million death threats, the 6 million death threats. It just keeps happening and I'm in fear for my life. And then he does the exact same shit where he's like, I've received hundreds of thousands of death threats. Can he produce those? I would like upload your hundreds of thousands of death threats into like a text dump somewhere so I can look at them. Because I would like to count them.
To it because I've already faced death threats, I've already faced slander, false accusations, people doxing me, sending me stuff in the mail, all sorts of horrific stuff for my stances on fictional content. So, you know what? Screw it. I'm not gonna bow down and bend the knee. I'm gonna just straight up get into what needs to be said. And so this is a post that crossed my feed today by Real Schlepp. Now, you might not know who this is, but there is a very high chance you do. This individual is someone that is very well known for being a pred catcher. They are someone that makes their entire channel around catching predators on Roblox and different forms of the internet, as you can see here, and they have 2.4 million followers. So this is a pretty large channel that gets very decent views, as you can see here, 7.7 million views, 8 million views. Obviously, they are very successful as a content creator, someone that is way beyond my success.
Successful. Okay, I want to hear the cope. Is there like a timeline I can skip to in this cope to get the best cope?
am just a drop in the bucket in comparison to this individual that is making YouTube content. However, what really shocks me is that an individual that has their entire career based around being a predator catcher is someone that cannot separate fiction from reality. That is what really blew me away when I saw this.
You know, you should talk to this guy. No, not this guy. Maybe also that guy. This guy, who also couldn't, for whatever reason, he just had that same exact issue where he also could not distinguish between fiction and reality and enjoyed them both. It's like such a weirdo. That kind of a guy. He can't distinguish the fiction and the reality. He just jerks off to both for some reason.
Post today and the amount of damage.
By the way, the I saw this. The top comment that he even favorited was, "Yes, predator found with bread in their fridge. Therefore, all bread eaters are predators." It's like the most insane fucking. I honestly, how do you even reply to that? It's like you. How do you conflate pedophile has both child pornography and lolicon with predator has both child pornography and Chef Boyardee's? It's like the biggest logical non sequitur. It reminds me of that quote, like, you can't have a conversation with liberals because they just pretend not to understand. Thus, all discussion is meaningless to them.
That this post and this individual is going to cause to actual real people and victims out there and allow criminals to actually get away. He also responded to me twice before I even uploaded this video, and instead of even countering the points I made, he decided to go straight into slandering me, bringing up my personal life.
Based. Why bother? What? Why are... Oh, look who... Look who Chibi Reviews is getting suggested by the algorithm. The Elon Musk all-knowing AI goes, wah, 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 wah. I see what you're into. I suggest this streamer right here.
Life that's completely irrelevant to the topic at hand, and basically shifting the subject matter away from the topic to kind of muddy the waters and basically try to make my...
He follows her? You know who else followed her? I feel... Honestly, I don't know. Kirsha has said, like, a handful of nice things about me, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes for me from going, like, completely off the fucking wall, ape shit at her. Ugh. I'm too nice, chat. I'm too easily flattered.
Points seem kind of invalid when he's not even addressing my points to begin with. So I think more or less the case is closed, that this man right here actually doesn't care about victims and people. He's more or less just wanting brownie points, making a profit off of people, and...
Well, yeah, you should be milked like a fucking cow for profit. Okay, just to read the tweet. Schlepp says, no wonder your fiance cheated on you. Chibi Reviews says, instead of countering what I said, he decided an entirely new conversation because he knows I'm right. You admit that you rather water down terms, wasting police resources to help criminals with false calls. You are literally comparing drawings to a living, breathing person. Not only did your fiancé cheat on you, but your friends sided with her. I really wonder what happened behind closed doors if you're so out here publicly defending Lolicon. My fiancé was a Shotacon. Do some research on that. She also liked lowlies too. You are changing these topics because you know I'm right. Attacking someone's personal life to change the subject matter. This speaks volumes about your character and is not about helping victims. Oh, I mean, that's a good response. How do you counter that? He tried to imply that she was offended by his obsessions, and he's like, yeah, you know what? She's also a gross freak. Wow. Yeah. Very effective. I don't know how to respond to that one.
That's about it. So this is pretty... It says a lot about his character, honestly, just seeing these type of posts from him. And so let's just get right into this. So first off...
He says 2 minutes in.
Let's address the elephant in the room, which is what Schlepp is talking about. He's talking about how lollies are basically, if you like...
Sorry, I was directly corrected by the Pippa Pipkins. It is lowlies with a long O because it is based off the book Lolita. Get it right. You're supposed to be base, bro. Come on.
Lollies, you defend lollies, you're a PDF. That's what he is pretty much saying in this post. And what's very interesting about this post, by the way, with him trying to compare the two of fictional content that's a drawing on a piece of paper or an animated pixel, he actually edited his post here, which Packer Girl showcases a screenshot, and I'll showcase this as legit in a second. But basically, you can see his original post here, you know, he actually has anime in front of it, showcasing what he's actually talking about. Then he quickly edited his post to remove it, to make make it seem more extreme than it actually is. And
Well, because it's not. Oh, I thought he was going a different direction with that, where he's like, oh, it's okay if it's like Western drawings. No, he removed anime because there are Western drawings of like Lolai-Con and Shota-Con. So it's not a true distinction. But he doesn't understand that. Look at it. He's literally yelling. He's like yelling with anger. Is he Jewish? Is Chibi Reviews Jewish? I'm getting a little bit of a vibe here. Is Chibi Reviews Jewish? There is no evidence. He identifies as American. I don't know.
I don't think I need to really explain why this is bad, but it obviously is very disingenuous in trying to basically make a molehill into a mountain, or trying to make something look worse than it actually is. Pretty much saying that,
I would love a response. What is the official response to Drawn from Life? Like, there was that one artist, I think his name was Russell, and he was very popular on 4chan, like when I was a teenager. And I think that he got into trouble because his drawings were from life. And it's like, what is the response to that? Because that is just a drawing, but it's from life. Is there a distinction there because it has a victim attached to it? Or is it like, is it okay because it's just an artistic abstraction of this? I want to know the answer to this question.
basically nobody would care if it was a drawing, but the fact that he removed that wording of anime from it, it makes people tune in more to what he's saying and believe what he's saying is actually talking about real.
See more.
I'm just gonna outright say it. If you find lollies and stuff weird, completely fine. I think there is nothing wrong with someone thinking it's weird, bizarre, whatever. You don't want to associate with people like that. Fine. That's completely fine. It's well within your right to do that. However, you cross a line when you start calling people accusations that aren't true. For instance, you calling them a PDF, or you start comparing a drawing or a pixel to an actual living, breathing human.
What if it is a drawing of a living, breathing human? What is the cope for this? I need to know.
A very hard line there that is crossed when someone does that. And all it does is water things down and makes the entire conversation very muddy, to where now when you have a conversation around stuff like this...
Oh yeah, Shadman. Shadman also did lolicon of real people. Including Keemstar's daughter, which for some reason
is actually help criminals get away with stuff. And in fact, most of the time when
that's
people
such bullshit.
cannot...
By the way, you might also like, and then he has a boy kisser avatar. Bro, when the fucking algorithm is trying to suggest that you follow the boy kisser people, you have fucked up.
Separate fiction from reality, and all they have done is actually help criminals get away with stuff. And in fact,
Actually, that's not true. We have a case right here where a criminal was convicted of both child pornography and receipt of obscene visual depictions of sexual abuse of minors. So that's not necessarily true. Sometimes it's a 2-for-1.
Most of the time when people are this adamant about lolly content that are basically saying it is the equivalent of actual real people, most of the time, from what I have seen, they turn out to be some form of, like, a problem or a criminal themselves, or they have skeletons in the closet. Something is going on there. And
he was like a 16-year-old. Schlepp is like 16, I want to say. And he was groomed on Roblox. Like, a sexual predator tried to rape him. So his whole, like, Roblox, like, predator catcher thing is inspired by him almost being like raped by like a predator. So his skeleton in the closet is that he knows exactly what the fuck he's talking about and knows how to like flesh these people out. Like that's his skeleton.
Absolutely insane. Like, this is really... I feel like Schlepp should be really ashamed of himself for even making a post like this. Once again, if he wanted to call lollies and stuff weird, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. That is completely fine.
But why is it weird? What about it is weird? What about it is off-putting to people where it's obviously normal for a human to react to it by saying that it's weird? Look at this guy's face. He's like in ecstasy. He's like Reddit debate bro ecstasy right now. Look at this shit. He's coming. He's like, oh, I'm fucking facts and logic, bro. Facts and logic.
But to go this far, and then even to change his actual message to remove anime...
Okay, this guy's fucking autistic as shit. How you close this out, buddy? I want to hear. Round it up.
...through stuff. So, long story short, I I'm probably gonna get mass hate for this video. Oh, I know I'm gonna get mass hate. But
He's like happy. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get attention. I'm gonna get that attention, buddy. I'm getting that attention.
But it is what it is. It's something I've already dealt with before. I can take it, I guess, at this point.
I can take it. He can take it. He can take a pounding. He can take hundreds of thousands of long, hard death threats. Just pounded by those death threats. Anyways, next. I don't know what this is. I forgot.
Idea of a hero leading them astray? With kids averaging over 2.5 hours of screen time daily and superhero shows packing in nearly 30 violent acts per hour, studies link it to more aggression and less emotional intelligence. But what if the bug you thought was just a silly...
Oh, fuck. Okay. Wow. This is a deep cut. This is a video by the Wogglebug Lover. Wogglebug Lover. Hold up. Why is the redirect not working? Okay. Oh, we can't even find a place. So Wogglebug is so old. It's a thread from 2024 to give you an idea. It is a girl who is obsessed with this cartoon. That's what she looks like. Here's her channel. What the fuck is the... Okay, and the Wogglebug is this thing, okay? So she's obsessed with this thing. I think she wants to marry it. I don't know what... I honestly can't even fucking tell you what this thing is. I have no clue what a Wogglebug is. She's in love with this thing, and she is sexually attracted to it. Now, she has had a YouTube channel for well over a decade, and she has posted continuous Wogglebug content about the Wogglebug for that time. However, recently, she has decided to turn over a new leaf and advocate for the Wogglebug as a pinnacle of all creation, as opposed to wanting to openly fuck it. So this will change how you see the Wogglebug forever. Now I want to tell you, this is how much of a deep cut this is. This channel is producing multiple videos a day. They're getting less than 50 views each. And yet I somehow know about this. So I want to let you know this is what I'm doing with my life. I have intimate familiarity with this fucking person and the Wogglebug vicariously through the forum, okay?
Side character from Oz was actually one of the greatest, most inspiring heroes ever created for kids. Let's explore the unexpected wisdom of a bug. Hey everyone, I'm Cynthia Hansen, and if you're a parent tired of influencers who scream, superheroes who punch first, or cartoons full of sarcasm and revenge, this is for you. His name is Mr. H.M. Wogglebug, T.E., thoroughly educated. You probably don't know him, or you think he's a joke. By the end of this video, you'll understand why I saw something different at 12, and why these two original films, Sylvie and the Wogglebug and The Incredible Tale of Mr. Wogglebug, might be the most important family movies you've never seen.
We're watching this all, just so you know. It's only 5 minutes. We're watching this.
I was 12 years old when I first met him, not in a movie, not in a show, in the original Oz books. Those thick, heavy volumes with the John R. Neal illustrations. Every Oz fan I found didn't like him. They thought he was ridiculous. A giant bug who called himself highly magnified and thoroughly educated. They wanted the Scarecrow's dry wit. The Tin Man's tragic
This character was not in The Wizard of Oz, the movie, right? So this is like a side character from just the book?
Romance. The lion's journey from coward to hero.
Does anyone know what the fuck a Wogglebug is? Raise your hand if you actually understand this character. You've heard of this before.
But I saw something different. I saw a character who was proud of his mind in a world that told him he shouldn't be. At 12, I didn't have words for it, but I knew this bug understood something about...
She had like a sexual awakening from the Wogglebug. She realized that she was like a sapiosexual and she wanted that big Wogglebug mind.
Being different that I needed to learn. Decades later, I wrote these 10 feature-length screenplays that do him justice.
Oh my god.
And here's the question I have to ask you.
What a fucking bomb to drop in mid video. You're poaching this as like a, hey parents, you should expose your kids to classic literature like The Wizard of Oz instead of letting them watch bullshit on TV. And then she just drops in the middle of this. Yeah, I've written full length screenplays about a side character in The Wizard of Oz.
What if the key to your child's confidence is a 6-foot bug? What if everything...
This is a nightmare. This reminds me of oh god, there's this weird video about a giant slug that reads books. Can anyone it has like a ridiculous name. Can you find that for me?
We've been
What's
told
the name
about
of this
building
character?
kids' self-esteem, be louder, be tougher, be the main character, is backwards. What if the most revolutionary role model today is one who cries, apologizes, and lets a 7-year-old...
Yeah, that's
I'm
it.
not
I'll
a
bring that
child
video up next.
psychologist, but child development experts agree this kind of gentle, emotionally intelligent storytelling builds real resilience. I'm the one who's loved this character for 30 years and expanded him into a wholesome universe, 11 ready-to-film screenplays with heartfelt friendships, real...
Oh, she doesn't give a fuck about the kids at all. She's trying to hype up Wogglebug love so that she can sell her screenplays of this stuff to Hollywood so she can be a million trillionaire by launching the Wogglebug cinematic universe. She don't give a fuck about those kids. It's all about selling the script and getting access to Hollywood.
Growth, portals between worlds, and zero cynicism. Sylvie, the shy orphan who becomes his best friend, the magical land of Genoma, the beetle princess, hidden links between our world and the insect kingdom.
The copyright is
These
definitely
are heartwarming family
public
movies
domain
that
now.
respect kids' hearts.
But she wouldn't care
exactly what
otherwise.
leading educators say today's children need most. Every chosen one story has the wise old guide. Here it's flipped. The thoroughly educated Wogglebug panics, sobs, wants to quit. 7-year-old Sylvie saves him, teaching courage isn't the
So that's her self-insert as a child. And in all the 11 screenplays, her self-insert character Sylvie guides the Wogglebug into not giving up through her love as a child. Okay.
absence of fear. It's singing Dilly Dally Day, eyes closed while someone holds your hand. Child psychologists note this inverted dynamic is powerful for kids on the autism spectrum or anyone who feels different. They see themselves as the rescuer. Wogglebug lives by the 7 living values of intelligence. Tools, not rules. When he saves dying flowers instead of hoarding pixie dust, he faces real consequences and learns. Leading educators use value-based systems like this in classrooms because kindness requires practice and sometimes failure. Which value does your family need most right now? Let's build a real conversation about this.
Money. Money. Is that one of the 7 values? I would like to propose an addition to this, the 7 values. There should be an 8th value. Money.
In the comments below. Sylvie starts talking to bugs because humans hurt her. She ends choosing her human family because she learned she's enough to save a kingdom. In an era of adoption, foster care, and blended families, child development experts say stories like this help kids discover their own worth.
The ideal white family. Saving the white race. This is the nuclear family adjusted. The nuclear family +1. You got mom, dad, the children, and the Wogglebug.
Get rescued. If you're a parent of an adopted child, ask them after watching. What did Sylvie bring back from her journey? You might be surprised by the answer. I hear it. He's too proud, too emotional. Won't this make kids doormats? My friend said the same at 12. Yes, he sings a 4-minute song about how magnificent he is and cries openly, but that's the revolution. Child psychologists call this the third path. The gentleman scholar who fails publicly, apologizes, and comes back stronger. Strategic about vulnerability, not weak. Before, he was comic relief you skipped. After, he's the antidote to cynicism, loneliness.
No, she's referring to the time that she was 12 and had her Wogglebug sexual revelation and was discussing the Wogglebug with her friends, and her friends were like, that's like a creepy freak. I don't like it. And she's like, no, you don't understand his brilliance.
And the lie that kindness is weakness. That wink at the end? It's the moral compass now living in your child's imagination. A top hat bug who proves being smart and sensitive changes the world. Start with Sylvie and the Woggle Bug, the
Bro. The fucking black people trees. That's like George Floyd reincarnated as a tree by Trumpistava.
emotional core. Then the incredible tale of Mr. Wogglebug, his origin story bridging human nature and nature itself. If you're a teacher, use the 7 values as your classroom code. If you love Oz, prepare to fall in love with a corner of that universe you never knew existed. Here's what I'm asking you to do.
What is that in the background?
And I mean specifically.
What is that?
Share this.
Is that the Wogglebug? What is that
video
moving?
with one friend who loves animation to do.
What is
and
that?
I mean specifically, share this video with
scared.
one friend who loves animation or has kids, just one person. Drop a comment telling me, which of the 7 values do you think kids need most right now? Let's have a real conversation about this. Subscribe because I have so much more coming. Character deep dives, the world of Genoma, behind the scenes of these scripts. Mr. HM, Wogglebug, TE, highly magnified, is your child educated and long overdue. I'll see you in the next one.
Pixelite. You
I
had
wish
one.
I had written the Wogglebug the way Cynthia Hansen wrote him. I was wrong.
What the fuck? Wow. What a finisher. Look, it's a white man sleeping in a single bed under his framed picture of the Wogglebug, being tormented by what I suppose is the writer of Oz's ghost, giving him messages in his sleep that he should have paid more attention to the Wogglebug. Okay, very cool. Now, I mentioned this, but I didn't remember what the name was. I was vaguely reminded of the Glob Glob Glob, which I'll now play for you if you don't remember this meme, if you're too young.
I'm the Glob Glow Gab Gala. I love books, and this basement is a true treasure trove. I am the Glob Glow Gab Galab, the Schwabble Double Wobble Gabble Flibber Blabber Blab. I'm full of Schwibble Glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and mind. Schwabble Double Glibber Glabber Schwibble Schwab Glab. Dibble Double Schwibble Schwabble Glibber Glab Schwab. Schwabble Double Glibber Glabber Schwibble Schwab Dab. Dibble Double Schwibble Schwabble Glibber Schwab Glab. Oh, ha ha ha, splendid. Simply delicious. I am the Glob Glow Gab Galab, the Schwabble Double Wobble Gabble Flibber Blabber Blab. I'm full of Schwibble Glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and mind. Schwabble Double Glibber Glabber Schwibble Schwab Glab. Dibble Double Schwibble Schwabble Glibber Glab Schwab. Schwabble Double Glibber Glabber Schwibble Schwab Dab. Dibble Double Schwibble Schwabble Glibber Schwab Glab.
I am the yeast of thoughts and minds is a really fucking banger line. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was sampled by Kanye 4 years ago? What the fuck? Okay. So, that's sort of like the absolute best possible segue video between the Wogglebug and Samuel Collingwood Smith. I think there's a video here we get to see of our boy Sammy in
Time
motion.
is approximately 23:45.
Sure.
At this time I'm going to be placing you under arrest for 2 times sending a false communication. Okay? You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned, something which you later
Sure.
rely on in court. Anything you do say can
Do you mind
be
if I get some clothes on to come with you?
That's fine. Can I just finish saying what I've got to say, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So anything you do say can be used in evidence. Is that understood?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like me to explain the grounds and stuff?
Okay. So that's Samuel Collingwood Smith, now going by Sam Smith so that he cannot be talked about adequately. As he says here, an IT boss. Supposedly he owns an IT firm. There is no evidence of that. His tax filings are public, and he doesn't report any income last I saw, but I could be wrong about that by now. We don't know who that is. Samuel Collingwood Smith has tried to shut down the kiwi farm since at least 2015, I want to say. And he has done this through a myriad of things. Some things I can't prove are him, but I'm pretty sure are him. For instance, he used my public, I believe he used my public email server, lolcal.email, which is now defunct, to send terror threats to my high school, which resulted in me getting detained. I believe that he also sent terror threats to schools, both ones, or to hospitals, both ones that he thought were hospitals that people related to me use or worked at, and famous hospitals like St. Jude's. He also wrote articles threatening the sheriff of Pensacola that if something wasn't done about me, that further threats would be made. Not because he would be making them, of course, but because I'm so evil that my presence in Pensacola would have inevitably led to more terror threats. Now, coincidentally, the second time the FBI came over to my house after threats were made to St. Jude's, I literally had this printed out, a manila envelope of every fucking batshit and crazy thing that he had actually said. And I said, this is your guy. This guy has been obsessed with the Kiwi farms for years, for like 5 years at that point. He lives in England. I've contacted the police there. I told the FBI the last time. Here you go. It's him. And after I did that, they told me that they would contact their counterparts in the UK regarding Sam. And after that moment, the terror threats stopped to both the hospitals and the schools. Nobody was using my email to send threats to people. My family members stopped getting calls to their jobs, calling them pedophiles. I stopped getting random messages from people on Facebook related to me in some obscure way who I've never heard of and read before, asking why they're getting called a pedophile by some guy from the UK. All that stopped immediately. After that, after he gave up on the Kiwi farms, he did not give up being a menace, because a menace is what Sam has done his entire life. His early career was as a counselor for Hertfordshire, where he lives. And as a counselor for Hertfordshire, he actually lane crossed. So he switched to a different party. And then he said that this other party was, I think the exact quote is, as dangerous to children as pedophiles. Something along those lines, which instantly burned his entire political career because it was just an insane statement to make. After losing his counselor position by both being a traitor to his party and by calling them, I think it was the Lib Dems. He said the Lib Dems were as dangerous to children as child predators. And after torching his career, he decided to rebrand himself as this spooky guy called the Witchfinder, which, if you don't know, the Witchfinder was a real person in UK history who, during the witch hysteria, invented the duck test. The duck test being that if you take a person and throw them into water while tied up to a chair or something, and they float, they're a witch, and you can burn them for being a witch. If they sink and drown to death, they weren't a witch. So he pioneered this innovative strategy for testing for witches. And he was a real fucking lunatic that killed and tortured innocent people. And this fat piece of shit was like, yeah, that's me. That's my brand. And to this day, he calls himself the Witchfinder General because he thought that was just the coolest fucking thing. After, or sometime around the same time, he was actually a really big fan of the Molotov band Evanescence. You know, for the wake me up inside, I can't wake up. He was such a big fan of Evanescence that he joined their official fan forum. And while he was there, he tried to make himself the head Janny of the official Evanescence fan forum in the early internet. However, he was politically outmaneuvered by teenage girls and was not permitted to be a Janny on the official Evanescence fan forum. So he took that to heart. He was very angry that he was not permitted to be a Janny for the Evanescence fan forum. And so he made public statements accusing the Evanescence fan forum of facilitating the trade of child pornography. because he said that they were using it to trade nude images in the DM system, and that Evanescence was facilitating child pornography. They actually sued him, and they received some sort of injunction against him, or they settled, and it prohibits Sam from reiterating these claims, I think even to this day. Though he is very hesitant to even mention the name Evanescence, but he will at press. Like, if you make fun of him and say you can't even talk about Evanescence, he'll finally say, like, okay, Evanescence, what about it? But he did go to court for that. By the way, we actually reached out to some of those girls to try and get their stories, and he immediately knew, even though they tried to be anonymous, he immediately knew who they were when they started posting on the Kiwi Farms, and he threatened them. And I think the exact quote, I remember this post very vividly. She said something like, "I just don't want this nightmare to start again," and she stopped trying to talk about him. So that's kind of his MO. He likes to go after people and threaten them and try to ruin their lives and call them pedophiles, and which he's at this point had done at least 3 times between me and Evanescence and the Lib Dems. Then, after that, and after the Kiwi Farms, I want to say the weird thing about him is that he has a master's degree in law. Sam is educated, but he's unable to become a solicitor, because to become a solicitor in the United Kingdom, you have to be apprenticed by existing solicitors, which gives the solicitors in the UK the privilege to choose their own competition moving forward. And so it's extremely competitive to become an actual solicitor in the United Kingdom. And Sam, as an aged, demented freak, belligerent, unpersonable, disgusting to look at, just a menace to society and everybody around him at all times, he's never been able to get an apprenticeship to become a solicitor. But in the UK, they have a solution for this. It's called a Mackenzie friend. You don't have to actually be licensed to practice law in the UK as a solicitor to practice law. Anybody can act as a Mackenzie friend. And so occasionally Sam will provide legal advice and act as a Mackenzie friend to people that he is sympathetic towards, which has included trannies. If there is a person who is sympathetic to the Kiwi Farms, such as Carolyn Farrow, and they are in legal trouble, Sam will actually go out and become a Mackenzie friend to the person causing that person problems to benefit them. In Carolyn Farrow's case, he represented as a Mackenzie friend some fat, gross tranny I forget the name of, but truly a fucking freak. A fucking freak, by the way, who in 1999, I want to say it was, posted something or made some weird statement about being into young boys. I can't remember the exact details, but it was like obviously like pedophile. I think he actually got in trouble for like indecent exposure or some legal problem along those lines with like an underage boy. But Sam has no issues whatsoever representing people like that as a Mackenzie friend, despite being the witch finder general, the pedo hunter. Okay. Then he's in some other fucking war with this Sonia Polton woman. He's been in like a lawsuit with her for like years at this point. I can't remember why it was. He got pissed off because he got his feelings hurt, so he decided to do the whole life ruination thing on her, and she lost everything, so she just filed pro se against him, and he's been trying to or terminate that lawsuit for like, I want to say at least like 3 or 4 years at this point. He's still in trial and still futzing about trying to get out of it, but it's still going on. And then he is involved in some other bullshit involving pedophile claims. Like, I think he's actually defending someone from being called a pedophile in this instance. But he made another, if you don't know, he runs this blog where he just writes unhinged fucking articles that come as close to defamation as legally possible. Because remember, he's a master in law, so he knows exactly where the line is and will tread as close to that as possible. Well, like for instance, during Gamergate, he was trying to this is how he actually got his thread. He was participating in Gamergate, and he got into some drama because he was like arguing on Reddit or something. And that's what started the whole thing. Years of his life dedicated to calling everybody around me a pedophile because he was acting like a fool on Reddit and took it to heart when people made fun of him on the Kiwi Farms. But he was active in Gamergate, and he wanted to advocate for a boycott on Kellogg's cereal. And I remember this very vividly because it was the most insane, unhinged shit I've ever seen. Apparently, the founder of Kellogg's was like a weirdo who was into alternative medicines that involved like acid therapy, like you could clean somebody with acid, and or like STDs and stuff. And he wrote this weird shit where he showed like acid burns and said, "Imagine this acid burn on little baby genitals." And it was like the craziest fucking thing ever. But he goes to this he just writes the most insane shit ever and basically goes as close to calling somebody a child raping sadist pedophile piece of shit that he possibly can, but it takes one tiny little step back so that nothing can ever happen to him. And he just writes like that all the fucking time. So when the police are showing up at him and saying you're under arrest for insult, it's probably because he wrote some unhinged article calling somebody a child rapist, but he gets away with it because he wrote one step back. And so he's now like in a lawsuit with the police that he's probably going to win, and everyone is taking his side as like a free speech martyr. And it's just like insane. It's like this is the fucking like terrorist who has like damaged freedom of speech more than anyone I can think of besides actual child pornographers. Just somebody who hates any website that says anything about him. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's a little girl or a grown man or that grown man's mom or his aunt or uncle or father or stepfather. Like, it doesn't matter who the fuck it is. He'll go after everybody around them to try and censor the internet. And now he's held up as like a free speech martyr in the UK. It's just shocking. And by the way, his response to getting made fun of on the Kiwi Farms in response to this was to reach out to Psychic Espion, who is like a Christian troll, and say like, Josh has reminded me of his existence. That was a mistake. He's like threatening me. Like, fuck you, buddy. What's he gonna do? He's gonna go suck that gash? He's gonna go suck Liz Fong Jones's gash? My liege, Master Fong Jones, it is I, the witch finder general. I seek to aid you in your conquest of the vile enemy, Kiwi Farms. It's like, this guy cannot possibly go demented fast enough. I cannot think of anybody who is a bigger net deficit than this fucking freak. Just like the worst person on the face of the fucking planet. And somehow it's always the worst people who end up like in the limelight sympathetically. It just gets this disgusting fucking fluff piece about what a victim he is. Look at this. Look at the Gab Galob Galob. He is a victim. He's got the Bulby right there, oppressing his free speech to call everyone on the fucking planet a child rapist pedophile for making fun of him or criticizing him in any way, shape, or form. Just truly fucking vile. Such is life. That's the UK update. All right, next I have an update on Clavicular. Clavicular got put into a chokehold. Let's check it out.
Does it actually hurt that bad? Well, it's just like a very weird feeling when you're losing air. I'm down to try it, bro. You should try it. Here, wait, do it. Me do it? Yeah, choke you out? Yeah, do it. Huh? I'm not a professional though. Come here. Maybe a security guard. Wait, do the thing that he did, where he put him to sleep. To me. To you? Yeah. You want me to put you to sleep? Yeah. He's not trained for... Just let him do it. No. Just let him try it. If I tap, though, you gotta... You approve? I don't. Hey, he has gummies now, too. No way, Brayden. Just spit out the gum.
So just to clarify what's going on here, Clavicular has asked this brown man to put his hands around his neck and choke him out for reasons unknown to me.
Move the mic. What? Where's that? Give me a cup or something. Yeah, give me a cup. Someone
put it behind your ear.
No, someone do to reuse it. All right. Ready? If it feels weird, the right angle. If it feels weird, I'm gonna tap though. How do you do it? This high? That's how he did it. Go.
Just make sure it's to the sides of the neck. Ready? That is windpipe.
Wait, maybe lift up your arms so we know when you're gone.
Oh yeah, lift up your arms.
Hold your arm up.
Oh, he's tapping. Don't do it.
Let me know. Yeah, I think he's gone.
He's gone?
I think he's gone. He's gone.
Can you let go? You're good. Don't let him choke. Turn him over. You're good. He's okay.
He's good.
He's having serious muscular spasms. I don't think that's good.
I'm here. Turn to the side. Turn to the side. Turn to the side. I'm here. I'm here, bro. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
He's good. He's good. He's good.
Apparently that spasm, it was alleged to be a seizure at first, but I think someone clarified that it's not a seizure. It's a muscle spasm that occurs when you lose consciousness, which makes sense. Like if you lose consciousness because you're like on something, it would make sense that your body like spasms to try and move your body so that you're no longer choking yourself. I think that makes sense from like that probably has saved enough lives evolutionarily to like warrant like a trait like in biology.
Tarzan. You're good. You're good.
You got oxymob, that's right.
Take your second. Take your time.
His cortisol is very high at this moment. He's fine.
Never do that shit again.
Wow. Yo, he's crazy.
He has just woken. Whoa. That is an awakening of autoerotic asphyxiation. That's how the clav thing will end. He'll hang himself in a Thai hotel.
Holy fuck.
How do you feel?
That was the craziest thing ever.
Yeah. No, just give him a sec. Give him a sec. Let him sit real quick. Just let him sit.
Essential bro
I know.
rub.
Just
Little
let
bro
him sit.
rub.
He stands up and falls. He's fucked.
Yo, that was sick, bro.
He liked it. Look, he's happy. Bro, getting like choked out by like a strong brown man was like, I don't know, bro. It was just like the craziest thing.
The dream was like crazy.
You had a dream? You had a dream?
Dude,
you were seizing.
Wait, really?
Bro,
you look just like me, bro.
Yo.
Bro. What,
You
like,
good?
did you
How
have
you
like
feel? You
crazy
feel good?
dreams, like fast dreams? The dream was like, bro, I was so scared. Yeah, that's what the I'm saying. dream That was shit is crazy, insane. bro. Wait, hold on, let me chill for a
Yeah,
second.
when he said that
Bruh. Do white people like instinctively start saying like bruh around browns? Do you like? It's like if when I live in foreign countries and I pick up like their weird way of saying shit, like cache in Australia. Is it like a thing where it's like if you're hanging around browns, you just start going, "Oh God, bruh," like just instinctively?
shit feels so lit. That's it, bro. Do people
Bro,
like doing it?
No, it feels like.
Bro, dream about the Whopper, no cheese. I
Bro's
swear.
gonna get
What were
addicted
you
to getting
dreaming
choked
about?
out.
Dude,
Yo.
post game interview.
Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. That
Get
was.
the water. Get here. Let me fix your mic.
Fuck.
Holy shit,
Nah, that
you're like
was
Mia's
great.
skin color right now.
Wait, really?
Yes, bro. Bro, we all look like some sub-Saharan like animals, and you're like
Oh,
white as hell.
fuck. Yeah, I'm like.
Okay, I got you. Let's go to near life experience, my dude. Okay, I mentioned the bull that was supposedly cucking Hambly on the last stream. There is an update to this. Okay, the bull's criminal record has been found. He has been charged with what is this? Battery, disorderly conduct, and this is not a different charge, I don't think. Oh, domestic abuse. So he's a domestic abuser. So according to this, so I guess if Hambly decides to ever try and deny the bull what he's due, he'll just beat the fuck out of Hambly. He'll go down as a domestic abuse incident. Good to know, chat. Just so we can put some stuff on the table for the bets. People can make their bets and say, yeah, probably will be a domestic abuse situation. That is now on the table, according to the arrest record. And now, before I talk about Ralph, please indulge my very brief Bossman Jack segment. I will wrap this up pretty quickly, okay?
Yeah.
Bossman Jack is on methamphetamine. For whatever reason, I don't know if meth doesn't show up in drug tests as well, or if maybe Derek Christmas is refusing to deliver cocaine to him now, so he's had to switch to something else. But he is very obviously on methamphetamine. Just by the way he talks, he's suffering from stimulant psychosis. He is very evidently showing the signs of psychosis induced by methamphetamine. He speaks in like this weird paranoid way. He talks about people watching him. He says that people are staring at him when he goes down the street, and that they know who he is, and that they're watching him. Lots of weird shit, and talking about this weird spiritual universal oneness and stuff, which are also like delusions of grandeur associated with stimulant psychosis. So he is high on meth, and he won $100,000. He was up $106,000 on shuffle, and slowly, inevitably, as always, he began to re-depot it in. Now, this was life-changing money for him. He's planning on moving out. His dad really desperately wants him to get the fuck out of their house, and I will show some examples of why his dad wants to. He was thinking of getting a car. With $106,000, by the way, he could buy a house in cash. Like, there are trailers on land near his place in Troy, Virginia, where he could theoretically have just bought a house completely in cash with no lender involved. He did not do that. He did not get the Honda Civic. He didn't even give the $15,000 that he openly promised to his mother that he would give her before losing it all, which has caused a little bit of a crack rundown. Okay. Okay, so this is what I think it is. Okay, so there's no picture here. There is a picture that I'll show later. I can't remember if this was at his house or a different house, because there's another thing that I saw that was that I'll show later. But in his house, he was trapped in the bathroom, high on meth. And so instead of contacting his parents or anything sensible, or just trying to figure out how to open the door, he did what, of course, he would do.
Oh my god, bro. Holy shit, bro. I just fucking got locked in the bathroom, bro. I just got locked in the fucking bathroom, bro. I cannot believe that this fucking happened, dude. I just fucking kicked the hole straight through the door to get out, dude. I just kicked the hole straight through the fucking door to get out. My dad's gonna be pissed, but you know what? I think 100 grand would probably cover that, right? Oh my fucking god, bro. I've been in the bathroom this whole time. Did y'all hear me in there? Did y'all know I was in there? Oh my god, bro. That's the third time I've got locked in there. The other two times my parents were home. They're not home right now, bro. I had to kick a hole in the door, bro. I can't, you know. Sorry, I'll give him 2,000 for that. I'll give him 2,000 for that door, you know. Fucking be all right. Okay, I got my phone.
He did not give them $2,000 to repair the door, in case you're
I'll show you
wondering.
guys the door. Hold on. Okay, all right? Ready? Oh my god, bro. My dad's gonna be so mad, bro.
If you're only listening, imagine a door to a bathroom. Now imagine a giant fucking hole, cartoonishly big hole through the door.
My dad's gonna be so mad, dude. I'll be like, look, man, I got 100,000. I got you. If I don't care, that's my door. I bought with the house. That's that door I wanted with the house, the original. Like, yeah, I'll give you fucking 3 grand. Chill. All right, anyways. Look at that shit, bro. Yo. I thought I was gonna be stuck in there for a while, but I was like, I'm just gonna kick a hole in it, dude. You know, fuck it. You know. Anyways.
Look.
I'm gonna be back in a little bit. All right, I'm gonna do another trivia question. Let's see.
If you lived with this man, why would you ever replace any doors, windows, or walls with anything but the cheapest shit possible? You're talking about needing to build a house that can withstand constant abuse. It's much cheaper to simply buy the cheapest shit fixtures ever and just replace them when he smashes them to shit eventually. And then he got into a huge argument with his father. Highlights include him saying, "Don't talk to my mom, a female, that way," and blames Rat Dad for flooding the upstairs. He also kept mentioning how they only have to coexist for 2 more days. Is the house being sold that fast already? Yo, guys, just letting y'all know, everything is okay. Just a little family troubles. Everything calm now and good. Hope everything having a good day. Can I get a W for my mom at everyone? So there was a rental house that Rat Dad owns that he was going to rent out. And somehow Boss was at that rental and flooded it. So the reason why they were arguing for half an hour is because their meth head son flooded their rental property right before it was about to be rented, I guess. Actually, I think what he's saying here is that he's going to move out when he got the $100,000, but that didn't happen. He lost it all. Okay.
Oh, fuck you. No way, bro. Oh, my fucking God, bro. No fucking way, bro. You heard all that. No.
384. His audience, because he streams on Discord so much, he had an audience of 384 people just listening to his argue with his parents. Awesome. Okay. That's the very brief Bossman update. All right. We reached new highs and the same low, the same persistent low. However, surprising to me and to longtime listeners, Ethan Ralph, has managed to find new lows. I think that the clips I have for this are ones from the Kino Casino, so I guess that's what we're watching. Apparently, there is a segment here where Ralph went back to Chicago before he was supposed to, because he has a planned wedding with her or something in Vegas. But he went back to Chicago early and decided to have a domestic situation with Scarlett Hampton. Let's take a look. I think that this one starts about where he's like bending over. Yeah, let's start about here because I have to compensate for the pause key factor.
On the air. Nope.
Yeah. How have the cops not been called, by the way? That's a miracle.
It really is. They must just be in the seediest,
buddy,
grimiest
prostitutes
motel.
and crackheads.
Yeah,
like, it's a crack
grease
motel.
mobile.
Ash, look at Ralph's back here. Watch.
He's hunchbacked! There's a hump in his back!
It's true, there is. I want to see the domestic views.
Songs in CWC, how you doing, bro?
They're calling him the hunchback of Country Dom. Holy
Ralph's gonna smack your watch.
Oh yeah, you can hear it.
Ralph's gonna smack your watch.
Yeah.
No. Ralph's gonna smack your watch.
Yeah, that's like super
No,
loud.
look, did you see that? Listen.
Oh, he did hit her and she squealed. Oh, that's bad. Ring it up. Another domestic violence incident for Ralph on camera. And now she's like, oh my God.
And
Even
there's
though I
one
hate
worse
this
one.
bitch, like, it's actually uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah,
Like, yeah,
that's
like, she
not.
was a
That's
fucking-
fucked up.
Oh.
So she did have a fat lip. So he literally smacked her, and there's visible evidence of that. However, I don't think she's one of those ones that ever goes to police. So that's probably not going to result in a situation. However, this is the follow-up clip where he spits on her.
Okay.
Thank you, Whiskey.
Hey, cocksuck! It's gone.
A dark vision for 2 subs, though. Oh, that's good.
Okay, so I'm watching a video of Kino Casino, watching Ralph watching Kino Casino.
What the fuck is sickness, bitch?
He's listening to like a nasheed remixed with Ethan Ralph, and he's like dozing off to that.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Ash.
Here it is. The big payoff to all of it, folks.
You won't wake up
Watch
and then...
this.
Yeah.
He just spat on her. What?
He did that with mint salad too. I remember Digibro said that he spat at mint, and now we have like concrete evidence of that. But he had blood in his mouth when he did that to mint.
A greasy fiend, buddy, just spits on his wife like that. What a degenerate, buddy.
That's actually
kingly.
demented.
What a king. The king pig.
We're gonna
The
slow
king
mo
pig
that. You
just
ready?
fucking- She loves it. He hawks
I don't know if I
this
can
loogie
co-sign
watch.
that.
He's garnering the phlegm. That's the real Ralph in action.
The
Right
craziest.
there.
Okay. Then, now I don't even know how much of this should I show. There's like an hour of this footage, so I don't know. I'll show this part, and then I think there's another stream I can kind of skip through. But here's my understanding of what happened. Ralph and her got into a fight, and he threw a shot glass at her. I don't know if it hit her or just hit a wall behind her, but the shot glass exploded because it is made of glass, and glass does not handle impact well. Then it sprayed shards of glass throughout the room. And so after doing that, I think he realized, oh fuck, I just battered her and I left evidence of the battery. I got to get the fuck out of here. So he like immediately turns and runs, and she follows him. Now she's barefoot, so she slices open her foot and chases him, leaving a visible trail of blood from her hotel room down the hallway, into the elevator, out of the elevator, down the hallway, into the parking garage.
Well, you fuckers want to live stream, you bitches. Ethan.
Now, Ralph is literally fleeing the fucking scene of the crime. He has nothing to say to her. He's just fleeing.
Ethan?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Please help me.
I did not do that to you.
But they did. So can you just stay and help me?
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. Just like help me bandage up my fucking foot. Please?
I did not do that.
I will take you to the airport in the fucking morning. Please do not do this to me again. The fuck, man? Like, what the fuck, dude? It's not your fault. You didn't fucking do this to me. You did not fucking do this to me. These bitches, Hooksy, they hey, come here. No. Yeah, like, the fuck is wrong with you fuckers? I don't fucking give a fuck. And like, well, no. There was a broken glass. I stepped.
Okay, that's clip 1. I'll play. There's 4 clips. Let me. Where are the video IDs for this one? 8771.
He left me bleeding on.
Okay. Let me find those and put those up. We can scan through these a little bit. This is her confrontation with the police.
Where is he? Where's the rep? Oh, where is he? Come here. He's after my blood. Oh my god. Oh.
Okay, I should explain, and this is part of the reason why I went to watch this. He's after my blood. You might be thinking she's talking about Ethan Ralph. There's a rat. There's a rat out in this parking garage in Chicago that is eating the blood. And this rat is repeatedly pointed out to the police that she's talking to, that there's a rat feasting on the blood. So there's a blood rat out here that is probably has AIDS now because of the blood. And he's just a side character in this now.
There's a rat. Oh, he's cute though.
He's a cute rat.
I really don't care. I just really wanted just a pair of socks and a Band-Aid, and then I can go up and go to sleep. I'll be fine. Are you staying at this hotel? Yeah, this is I have a room here.
So the police have arrived because the hotel manager called the police to the attention that there is a methed up whore trailing blood and being followed by a vampire rat.
This is my room for 2 nights. I'm a Midwestern. I'm a person here. I don't have like any weird. I'll go up and grab. If you
No,
want.
in case you're wondering, I was also concerned that this was a boob when I was watching this. That is her belly button, so that is not a nipple. You're looking at a midriff.
I'll go grab my ID. Oh, there's the rat. Oh, he's a cutie pie. No, I like the rats. But yeah, I don't know that this is a lot of blood. I didn't want to bleed inside the room. Might as well bleed on the pavement, right? I don't know. They gave me a Band-Aid though. I should go in the shower. So it's my room. It's on my room. So it's my boyfriend, and then I just was. It's my fiance boyfriend.
Fiance boyfriend.
And we've been dating for a few months, and I love him, and I'm not pressing charges against him. Nothing's wrong here. It's just literally what happened was that a shot glass got thrown, and I stepped on it, And then I said, I'm bleeding. And then he just said he's leaving. And then, but he didn't do it to me. He didn't stay, but that's fine. I mean, I get it. I mean, so I come out here trying to look for him to make sure he's all right. And then, I don't know where he went, and it's fine. I don't need an ambulance. I don't want one. Well, no, that they do in the past.
So the majority of this video, I'll cut it here now because there's nothing else interesting about it. She says that she has been raped by doctors before and surgeons. So she is afraid to go to the hospital and is refusing treatment, which is a dubious thing. She's actively bleeding, so it's a sort of a minor bleeding. So there is certain circumstances where a person can not refuse treatment, and I think they're trying not to like take her by force. They're trying to persuade her to seek treatment, but she just keeps saying, "I've been raped by doctors, and I don't want to be raped again." And it's very, very difficult to sit through the entire video because she just keeps saying that over and over again, and it makes me wonder if like she has like PTSD from starring in porn. Because if you don't know, in the porn industry, like there's boundaries that are like written in the consent contract, and the men just routinely overstep the boundaries and basically rape the women who are in the porn, like just all the time. And there's nothing really you can do about it because you're a whore in a porno already. So if you get a little raped, if you have a little consent accident, consent accidents in in kink-aware BDSM or what is it? Consensual kink role play? Is that what it is? I'm aware that consent accidents do happen from time to time, and we just have to deal with that. So there's nothing that you can do. So I feel like she's like hyper vigilant as a result, and is just super afraid of being raped because she just gets raped so often that it's just a casual thing to her, possibly. Now this is the second half of the video. This is her outside the hotel. She goes into the hotel, go into her room. I think this part of the conversation is a little bit more interesting.
You just look. You can look here. I mean, it's fine, sir. But it's just a glass. So what happened, he didn't hurt me, honey. He didn't hurt me. Just you can see where I hurt my foot here. This is what matters. If you want...
I wonder, is Chicago one of those things where if someone gets called in on DV, they have to arrest somebody? Is Illinois a state where police called in on DV have to arrest someone? Illinois is not a strict mandatory arrest state, but is a preferred arrest state.
I want to just see you here. This is where I got hurt. You can see it right there.
Okay.
Delaney, you can just see, do you see where I hurt my foot?
I see it.
The shot glass.
Delaney,
and I'll pay for the glass.
The cop is just desperately trying to like coax her into like going to the hospital, and she's just talking endlessly.
I don't know how it broke. I think he threw it. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Look at me.
Yes, sir.
Look at me.
I'm just hurting. I'm hurting.
Take a deep breath.
Everything is
Where's
fine.
your ID?
I have the room till tomorrow. I have my ID. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab it. It's just I'm barefoot, sir, and if I walk over here, there's glass.
Stop.
I was telling you, honey, there's glass here, and I can't
No,
walk there.
You need me to grab that?
I stabbed myself here.
Stop.
Okay. And then this is the final one. She's in the emergency room with us.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna explain what happened. I guess I cut open my foot. It was my fault, and I need stitches, I guess. And going live, I don't really want to pull it apart, but it's a shot glass, okay? It's not even a bad. I guess they cleaned it, whatever. I'm just alone, and I just kind of like it hurts. It's fine though. I'm fine.
See, when I watched this, I thought the black dot on her toe was the cut, but she's actually sliced between her pinky and her fourth finger. And I don't know what the black dot is. I guess that could be an injection site. Do people inject in the little veins in their feet? I don't think so, but that would make sense, I guess. I don't know how the fuck she got that sore.
I don't know. It's just, it's like literally like, yeah, like a bloody toe, right? Like, toe boy. I'm a toe boy. No, Ethan didn't do anything. I need to clear that up with everybody.
Very. This is the video where they saw the lip.
I really don't want to be on camera right now. But I'm clearing this up that I stepped on a shot glass and it cut open my foot, and then I ran outside, and then they asked me if I had a tetanus shot, and I'm like, yeah, I have a tetanus shot.
Gunted Warrior says HIPAA violation. You are completely correct, because if we fast forward,
It's against policy. We just have to have you turn the camera off, okay?
Okay, yeah, no worries, honey.
Can you just turn that off?
Yeah, fine. I just have to document my foot.
I understand that, but we can't have you taking videos in the ED.
Well, I've been naked in here, and I just am in front of everybody naked. So you.
the nurse then seizes her camera and tries to make her delete the video. But he played the clip of Ralph crying. Do I have that? Where's the clip of Ralph crying? I don't see that. Is it not on the forum? Which thread is it on? Tweets? I don't know what. We don't need multiple threads for Ethan Ralph at this point. He's fucking boring. Except for these little glimmers into Ralph doing funny stuff again. No, I don't have the clip of him crying. Oh, I see. He was so worried about her. Okay. Yeah, if it's not on the forum, I don't have it. If so yeah. I don't know. I'm not gonna pull up fucking Kino Shay's Twitter and dig through it. Sorry. If you have it, you can post it on the internet thread. And I'll try to take a look at it. Lukey the cunt says, back to Mexico again. Is Vegas still on? We need the juicy goss. Ralph says, nah, I'm out in Vegas. Ken Smith says, don't let it get worse. Stay away from each other right now. And Ralph says, it's sad, to be honest. So the Vegas marriage is officially off, according to Ethan Ralph. It remains to be seen if they'll get back together and put it back on. Get the Elvis wedding that she properly deserves. And then this is after. Oh, he's love bombing her again. So within 4 hours of this tweet, he's sending this message. Scarlett says, hey everyone, unfortunately our night in Chicago ended abruptly. I stepped on a broken shot glass and I'm in the hospital currently. Mended heart emoji. Bitches get stitches. Lightning emoji. Wishing you a safe travel and sending you love to Ethan Ralph. I miss you very much. Heart emoji. Then Ralph sends a frowny face. And then they, sure enough, did get back together. I don't know what this picture is supposed to imply. It is quite Kino because it looks like he's a monster and her face is like blurred out because it's like a horror creature where if you die, your image gets erased from all pictures forever. That's kind of what it looks like to me, but apparently this is supposed to be heartfelt or something. And as an aside, someone got interested in Scarlett's work and went to her what's the name? Tryst, I think is the name of it. It's like a prostitution app where you can pick up a prostitute. And someone dug through the reviews of her Tryst responses. And she was frequently accused of taking people's money and not delivering any services. And she was also accused of being unhygienic. From a John in April 2025, was late and very out of it, maybe high when she finally showed up, had requested anal and she did not prepare properly, so that led to problems. Yeah, man, what the fuck, especially when you're paying a premium. What was her rate? I don't remember. It was like 1500 or 2000, but yeah, for that price, you expect cleanliness. So he requested anal sex with this dirty whore, and she did not enema herself, leading to dirty poo-poo sex with a disgusting black whore. Another thread. Scarlett was pretty strung out and sickly when I saw her, and she hadn't cleaned out, so anal was unpleasant. Strung out on drugs? Yes, she was lucid but looked unhealthy. Yes, besides being a meth head, the sores in her lips and sunken eyes are a dead giveaway. Unfortunately, Scarlett's MAGA, so she has a piece of shit soul. So, the actual Johns who try to have shit sex with methed up whores are so high and mighty that they can snub their nose at Republicans and Trump supporters. Okay. Buddy, you don't know the half of it. Ethan Oliver Ralph is scum, revenge pornographer, doxer, domestic abuser, deadbeat father, and felon. Something tells me racist is in there too. Oh, absolutely. He's a hardcore racist. Hard R is used daily. He truly is a disgusting human being. I assume these things can be independently confirmed, right? Not doubting, just asking. Yeah, this stuff is out there. He used to be a prominent YouTuber during the blood sports era. If you really want to know everything depraved he's been acting, you might want to check out Kiwi Casino or Kino Casino on YouTube. So there you go. She's well known for having a dirty, poopy butthole and for being strung out, but also, more importantly, for being a racist. And that was the Scarlett Hampton Ethan Ralph update. If there's a video of her crying or him crying, I don't have it. Oh, there's a thing I wanted to show for Reddit. I just remembered. Let me try to find this real quick. Pain in the ass. I had this as a thing. Let me find it real quick. It is really funny. I mean, it's kind of horrifying. It's not really funny. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it now. Maybe I put it in my notes like a normal fucking person would have. Oh, yeah, I found it. Okay, great. Sorry, I would hate to deprive my audience of this. Okay, actually, I'm going to have. They deleted the post. I can't believe it. I'm so fucking felted. Aha! Aha! I did find it. Okay, great. This is your Reddit moment of zen. My son, this is Legal Advice UK. My son pleasured himself in front of Gemini Live with the camera. My entire family have had our Google accounts banned. He is 14 and stupidly decided to try and sexual roleplay with Gemini using its live camera mode. The AI correctly identified that he was underage and Google banned all my accounts. He did it on the family tablet. It has parental controls to stop him from watching inappropriate stuff, but we didn't realize Gemini wasn't covered by these. All of our family's Google accounts were linked to that tablet and Google banned them all. Everything gone. 15 years of business completely inaccessible. All my emails, all my documents saved in Google Drive. Even my website was linked to my Google account and that's been locked down too. We've written to Google and begged for it to be reinstated, but they've said all the accounts have been shut down for child protection reasons. I don't know how I'm going to pay for my mortgage in 3 months' time. I've lost literally all my records from my accountant. My company year ends in May. My whole life is completely fucked. Is there any legal mechanism I can use to get my Google accounts back? So Don't use Google account as a lesson. Don't let your kid have internet access. Guess this is kind of a fucked up situation. I don't know. Yeah, I think they might be able to request their data, but that's iffy. The fact that it's like self-created child pornography is like the most fucked up thing ever. It's like a true quagmire. Maybe you can get a McKinsey friend with Sam Smith, the pedo finder general, to help them recover their accounts. Yeah, don't keep all that shit on cloud drive is the real fucking lesson, but alas. Also in Reddit news, Paul McCartney posted to R. Paul McCartney, Fonda Theater Night 1 content. Hope you enjoyed the show at Fonda Theater last night. As last night was a phone-free experience, we wanted to make sure that you had some memories from the show to share with friends, families, and loved ones. Share the photo with the Dropbox link. Share the photos and videos on your social media with hashtag PaulRocksTheFonda, and don't forget to tag Paul on socials. Paul McCartney was then banned from R. Paul McCartney, and they had to apologize for it because they banned Paul McCartney from R. Paul McCartney. And Red Taboo, who's definitely a Janny tranny, says, "Hey all, just for clarity, that account was never banned from the site or the subreddit. There was a technical error that made it appear banned from the site. This has now been resolved. Sorry for any confusion this caused or issue for the mod team here." Yeah, that's a fucking lie from a Janny tranny. And I can probably indicate that this is a lie because I remember reading months ago that Reddit had changed one of their editorial decisions where now people are only allowed so many big subreddits to manage, defined by like 100,000 weekly visitors. And so it used to be that a handful of Jannies were allowed to run all of Reddit through power mod accounts. And the current reality is that a handful of Jannies continue to run all the different subreddits. So after this, incidentally, the admins decided that they were going to start actively enforcing the monitor limits and launch new roles so that Jannies can advise subreddits but not actively moderate them. A Golden Zebra says, "I'm back with a final update on limits for moderating high traffic communities. Previously here, and here. Effective today, moderators can no longer moderate more than 5 communities with over 100,000 weekly visitors. Moderators who have exceeded these limits have the following options: become an alumni moderator in one or more communities, become an advisor in one or more communities, leave the mod team of one or more communities. And if you exceed the moderation limits, here's what you can expect. You will not be able to accept new moderator invites in communities with over 100,000 weekly visitors. If you receive a notification from Reddit alerting you that you are out of compliance, detailing your options, you will have 30 days from the date of your message to adjust your mod roles or leave communities in excess of the limit. And on day 31, if you are still moderating more than 5 communities with over 100,000 weekly visitors, we will remove you from a moderator with select communities until you're within the limit. Communities you moderate with fewer than 100,000 weekly visitors do not count towards these limits and are not impacted." So here's my thought with this. This is bullshit. They need this free slave labor from the dumbest fucking retards on the planet to keep their valuations high. Because if they start paying for like staff, that's a big problem. And it also means that any moderator kerfuffles directly fall on Reddit. So they are never, ever, ever, ever going to fix this problem. What they are doing is they are forcing moderators to practice better OPSEC so that when one of their top moderators is outed as an actual child molesting pedophile, and that impacts like 100 different subs, they can just ban that outed child molesting pedophile from 5 subs, and then he keeps his accounts in good status with all the other the boards, and they can just hide it better. So this has absolutely nothing to do with reducing the Janny tranny powers over the subreddits. I think it's entirely about forcing Jannies to have better OPSEC so that when they inevitably get outed as pedophiles, it doesn't cause a power vacuum on the community again. And that's basically it. Can you imagine taking a shot every time Jur says pedophile every Manny stream? No. I can start drinking again, by the way. Lent is over. That is not what I wanted. Let's see. This. Now, I haven't read one of these in over a year, but you may remember that in the months leading up to the Trump election, the last one, I read a comic series called The End of the Fucking World by a Mr. Nubley. It has been very, very long since I last read one of these comics because he is a truly insane person and not necessarily in a funny way all the time. But this was posted in the Matt the Internet thread and I enjoyed it. So I will read it for you and try my best to decipher what's going on. Now Jolly Biscuit is his other name, but he goes by Mr. Nubley on a couple on Twitter specifically. So the incredible Gale Force baby speed, and there is like a Michelin tire brown baby. Now, I hate to be obtuse, but it appears that Mr. Nubley gave this baby an enormous package. Like I'm trying desperately to believe that that's just supposed to be wrinkles like in the diaper, but the baby looks like it's fucking packing, and I'm forced to assume that's a deliberate choice. Okay, it's fucking weird. The incredible Gale Forest baby speed, and it's a brown baby. And then there's a guy with a T-shirt that says "Dad," and he's saying, "No, baby, you can't have those drugs," stopping the baby from accessing a creepy weirdo who has a bunch of drugs in his trench coat. The dad is white, by the way. The baby whooshes around him, and he says no, but he can't stop the baby from torpedoing around him. Then there's a woman who is like a brown Indian with the mom shirt on, who says, "Never fear, husband, I got this," and she kicks the drug dealer in the ass. But the baby zip zaps around her, and she does a pogger's face as she says, "Bad baby." Now there is an empty concrete hole in the ground that says "empty pool," and he is running towards the empty pool there. The dad then starts throwing plates at the edge of the pool and says, "I'll simply create a saucer bridge so the baby doesn't fall." And miraculously, the baby is able to skip across the open face of the pool without falling by hopscotching across in motion saucers that he is throwing. Truly a gymnastic feat. Then the baby attempts to watch television, but the mom, Indian woman, shoots the television and says, "No daytime television for you," and shoots it appears to be the View that he is watching, but is shot. The baby then attempts to be evangelized by a preacher man holding the Book of Mormon. The dad violently snaps his fucking neck and says, "You're too young for science fiction." And then everything in the world is wrapped in bubble wrap. And they say, "Phew, we baby-proof the whole world with bubble wrap. Now nothing will ever hurt our baby again. I love this life," says the dad in response. And then the baby is morose with overwhelming sadness and feels an emptiness in his life where he says, "They said they did this because they love me, but can someone truly love you when they won't let you drink drain cleaner?" So I feel like this is Mr. Nubley's way of telling the world that he's a parent and he is married to an Indian woman, and this is how he deals with babies every day. That is my thought. Very powerful. Thank you, Jolly Biscuit. And that's it. I hope you guys are having a good Friday. And just to make up for it, I had a very busy weekend, and then I had a very busy Monday and Tuesday. So I was not able to stream Life is Strange as I promised. This weekend, there is no problem. So I will be spending Easter playing Life is Strange for you guys, for sure. Probably in the evening. I'll probably start streaming after 2 and wrap up sometime after 6. And we will finish Life is Strange reunion and have a good time, chat. On that note, let us do the super berries. Let's see, make sure I got that right. Okay, Jack Black for 2 says, "Good Friday." It's true, it is. Kurt Eichenwald, Anime Masturbator for 10 says, "Glorious Kiwi Emperor. I like that character who violently rapes Invincible in his own comic show is named Anissa. If you think about it, that's what our inner life Aniza did to iDubbbz and his career. I don't know what Invincible is, and I have never heard of this violent rape, but I'm glad that you find merriment and joy from this fact. Thank you. Jacob Rog 1622 for 2 says, "Hey Jenkins, when was your first Dota 2 match?" 6-9. My first Dota match was in 2013. I don't remember the exact date, but it was 2013. Ballistic Characteristic for $20 says, "Have a good weekend, dude." You too. Thank you very much. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, "Blessed Good Friday, Josh. May your Easter weekend go well." Oh, it's going to be great. There's going to be hella rad adventures between two lesbians. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. Genjada 1900 for 5 says, "Wow, I thought I would be late and gay today. Thanks for saving me from that. Also, what's your thoughts on the current state of Boss Man?" I think that he's fucked. He's going to jail. And I wish that he's gambling offline more. All that 100K he lost was gambled offline. No one needs to make sure he gambles on fucking stream because it's pissing me off. Thank you. Karnov 89 for 10 says, "Chag Pesash Samich." Well, Shabbat Shalom. I hope you're having a wonderful Passover. Thank you. Dark Western for 5 says, "A bit late, a little bit gay. It's all good because it's pizza day." It show fucking is. Thank you. Borello Furman for 1 says, "Nothing." Thank you. Elks Antler for 5 says, "Where is Life is Strange Stream Josh? Did you lie to us, Josh? How could you do this to us, Josh?" As I've said, I did have a busy weekend, so I'll do it this weekend. Thank you. Miller Van TV for 2 says, "The Feast of the Foreskins Eshiam." I don't know what you're referring to. I assume that's some kind of anti-Semitic canard. Terry Hesticles for $20 says, "Hello, sir, Mr. Josh. Please help me solve an argument, sir. If you designed bananas to be shaped like an apple, but everything else was exactly the same other than the shape, is it still a banana or is it something different?" I mean, you can squish a banana into an apple shape and it's still a banana. Is this like a counter argument to the trans thing where it's like on every level except physical, I am a woman? Is that like your counterpoint? I think it is, Sar. Thank you very much. Citrus Addict for 1 says, "Everyone not hosting an egg hunt, please find a white one to contribute to in whatever way they'll allow you to. A lot of children are missing out due to absurd prices. They make you pay to go to egg hunts now? What the fuck? That's fucked up." Pirate Mike 420 for 5 says, "This one goes out to the Gen Chat Chads, not you, Toji." It's true. Toji is banished. He's exiled to gay homoland forever. Thank you. Dark Western for 1 says, "Everyone knows Muzzies invented the crack matzah ice cream." Oh, Mosey's, not Muzzies. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's Toralically accurate. That is not halakha, okay? Real Adonai for 10 says, "Sa, you have insulted the Indians for the last time. We are not a super pooper power, Sa. We have a high IQ. Here is our future best rocket scientist, Sa." And then there is a cat box file, but as I say every single stream, I am not able to ever open. Oh, this one worked now. Okay, it's a Indian man. He's lighting a sparkler. He's running away from the sparkler. The firecracker's in his hand and it explodes. Is his hand like destroyed? Ouch. Oh, he threw the sparkler on the ground, but not the firecracker. Okay, I see. I don't know if that's staged. It's pretty funny though. Thank you. Link Oink for 5 says, "Pick your character," and then there is a imager link. The 10 Plagues Finger Puppet. Blood, frogs, lice, wild animals, cattle plague, boils, hail, locust, darkness, death of the firstborn. I would probably pick wild animals. That sounds pretty cute. I think that's the safe pick right there. I think I can handle wild animals. Thank you. Vodka Blood for 0 says, "It's Friday, Bish." It's true, Bish. It is. Thank you, Bish. Samantha Keister for 1773 for 2 says, ban Ghostface Killer on the farms for being a cigarette. I don't even know who the Ghostface Killer is on the Kiwi farms. I apologize. Citrus Act for 1 says, signed up for an amount not divisible by 20 just to annoy Josh. $20? Nope. 30, 40? Nope. 50. If you send a check for 1776, you'll get less than a month. It handles pro rata fine. It doesn't have to be calculated by hand or anything. Haramburger for 2 says, 8th Kiwi is placeholder. Early access may not represent final release subject to patching and updates. Visit the forums and follow us on Twitter to leave feedback and interact with our community of fags. Hey now. That's not how it works, okay? There's a real artist, real human hands drawing kiwis, okay? Sneeder Feeders for 3 said, I had a dream late Monday night where I shouted, Null is a Niger at the top of my lungs, waking my roommates and I up. Now they won't talk to me. Fuck you. That sounds made up, sir. Haramburger for 2 says, remember, persona grata is a Muttley sock and not to be trusted. Do not believe his Sneechat lies. It's true, he is. RCRA69 for $100 says, free my anime fag Nyoka Toji. He do nothing wrong except be a cringe anime loving flaggot. He very deliberately, over multiple months, multiple years even, deliberately towed the line of posting Lolicon as much as he possibly could get away with. And quite frankly, I feel disrespected by it, so your request is hereforth fucking denied. The motion fails, Sar. But thank you. Gyozanomics for $20 says, my legal defense and member persona grata. Thanks, Noel. Okay, listen, I will tolerate Muttley, even though I really shouldn't. He's a piece of fucking shit. He does not deserve my favor. Thank you. Dante for 20 says, Artemides 2 flight director is Indian. In unrelated news, they are struggling to run Microsoft Office and the toilet is clogged. The toilet? I think you mean like the drain in front of the toilet is clogged with shit now. I think that's the issue. Thank you. Deadless812 for 1 says, Lol, your Rumble is playing a Vivek ad. Thought you hated him. I have no control over the ads on Rumble. I can't turn them off. I can't set my preferences. I've actually complained about this, and they've never changed it. So there you go. I might have to. Honestly, I really hate to turn my back on Rumble, but the platform, like, I don't want Vivek ads. I don't want ads at all. I get literally, I can pull up my Rumble thing and tell you exactly how much I get from ads. But it's like, fuck all. I go to dashboard, and then I just turn off everything except video revenue. It's $71.71 for an entire month. So it's like nothing. It's more of a detriment to my own viewers than it is a benefit to me. Like, why would I want that? But I don't have the choice because I need to put ad minutes on. So I don't have any fucking option. Look, I might have to skip out and just do Kick because they can't do shit like that. Coley Dante for 20 says, after the frivolous arrest of free speech hero, patriot, and Renaissance man Samuel Collingwood Smith, the British police finally understood they had gone too far. I know, right? They finally actually arrested him for the fucking bullshit he does. And they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were the finest British citizen. You're out there calling everyone pedophiles, just like God intended. Just under the righteous crusade of the Witchfinder General title. Oh, bothersome. We didn't mean to trouble you, sir. Bullshit. Thank you. David S877 for 25 says, billions for Gibbs, but only 25 for cheese. I know. Billions. Imagine what I could do with trillions of dollars, chat. Just imagine. Thank you very much. Mamatiki for 2 says, the answer, these people are socially cucked. Goyim. I think in response to the Redditor phenotype. Stina Stanny for 1 says, you forgot to mention that the Providence mayor is literally a gay Jew. He looked brown to me. I don't know if that was the mayor, though. John Toss for 2 says, I'd argue you should not just conceal carry in transit. I mean, you should, the shit with the teens especially, it's like, that's a great argument for high capacity magazines and open carrying, like, constantly. Payne Wienerstein for 1 says, on Kiwi Casino, PPP said Lent isn't in the Bible. That's the most obese cope I've ever heard. It's in the Gospels. 40 days and nights. He can't even go 11 minutes without stuffing his gullet with goy slop. I mean, I know that Lent is based off of the 40 days and nights, but the thing is that they the Roman Catholic adherence to it took over a Roman polygamous, not polygamous, was polytheistic thing. It was like an existing tradition on the lunar calendar that was then like taken and made into the 40 day to honor like the time that Jesus was in the was fasting. And it's not prescribed as a thing people should do. It's just like a tradition from the Roman Catholic Church. And I think also the Orthodox do it, but they were obviously unified at some point, and the Pope was the. So it's a very old tradition, but it's not in the Bible. It just honors something from the Bible. Anime Extremist for 2 says, if birthright citizenship isn't overturned, I might as well be more loyal to my ethnic homelands of Italy, Britain, Spain, and Norway. They respect blood and soil more. America is just an economic zone. I mean, they're all fucked. I would go for Norway if I was you. But you're anime. Yeah, you're an anime person. How about Japan, bro? Japan has blood and soil. Askmaster for 1 says, AI, more like gay guy. It's actually Indian, is the acronym. Sneedo for 1 says, I've seen a video of mostly Mexican ran Taco Bell refusing to hire black women, but this is what black queens voted for in she. Normally, when people say this is what they voted for, you're wrong, or you're just like ascribing like 45% of people to all people. But with black women specifically, they overwhelmingly, 98% of them actually vote for this. So yes, that's true. Gypsy Harlow for 5 says, Euros are just mad for calling us clowns for ages, but the world has become a circus, and whose star-spangled butt sits upon the throne? We do for now. Though, apparently the Chinese population crisis is so bad, I won't get my Chinese century after all, so we'll just have to endure living in a Brazilified universe forever. Thank you. Anime Extremist for 2 says, I'm the opposite. I hope for Europe as much as they're much more advanced in nationalist politics. America, not so much. The USA will balkanize. We'll see. I don't know. Zoomers are crazy. They might pull it off. They might just become like mega Hitlers. They're so like nihilistic and dead inside that they can just execute hundreds of millions of people in mass graves and not feel anything about it because they're fucking psychopaths. So Zoomies might have what it takes. Peen Wienerstein, for 1, says, Amerimutts may be too fat, lazy, and stupid to revolt, but at least we have the options. Europors are shit out of luck. Old people are, in the US at least. Colia Dante for 10 says, pure cast wizards are better, Mr. Potter Sar. Slytherin Superpower 2010. It's true. I am a 100% wizard cast. My father and my grandfather before him were all pure-blooded, 100% Aryan wizards. Thank you. Fintard for 5 says, Eurofags are fucking retarded and act like their own farts don't smell. We're about to hit an economic crisis because of artard policy, and everyone acts like we're too good for that. Pajeets are fucking everywhere. Prob imported a million of them in the past 6 years. In Finland? God, that's fucking dire, bro. I don't know why the world collectively decided that India gets to take over the entire fucking world. It's disgusting. They're disgusting people. I hate seeing them. I stare at them in public when I see them. Like, I try to make them feel uncomfortable. Just as a joke, of course, not to intimidate anybody. Sneedo, for 1, says, there's one way you can tell that living in a relatively neighbor-free area is being able to buy ammunition from your local sporting goods store off the shelves, not behind the counter. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good assessment. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 10 says, Happy Passover, Jersh, and then there is a YouTube video.
This green vegetable before us, what does it mean?
Stu, there's no point in even doing the Seder if you're not going to try.
I'm reading exactly what the book says. This bitter herb that we eat...
Bitter herb? Stu, don't you mean herb?
I always thought it was herb.
No, it's definitely herb.
Are you sure?
Stu, it's not important. Keep reading.
This bitter... You know, Dee, a lot of people do say herb. This matzah we eat, what is its meaning? What is it now, Dee?
Jewish problems. If only that was like the end of Jewish influence. Like, nobody would give a fuck. If like the Rugrats are like the most Jewish thing in the world, nobody would give a shit. Thank you. Anime Extremist for 2 says, if you could choose to bring back either the dodo or the Tasmanian tiger animals back into existence at a healthy population. I mean, Tasmanian devils are cooler, but dodos are tastier. So I don't know. It depends on how tasty the dodo is. If the dodo is really tasty, I'm bringing that back. Sneed is Standing for 1 says, why do they always choose Lilith? Are they fucking Gnostics? No, because Lilith is made out to be like a demon or something, and they spit in the face of creation, so that's why. Was the dad a convert? I don't think that the dad was a convert. Because he's not into it. The converts have religious zeal. Was the dad a Jewish convert in Rugrats? No, Stu was not a Jewish convert. His name is Stuart. No, he's not a Jew. He's not a convert. Sneed83 subscribed for 7 months. Thank you, Sneed83. I appreciate it. Joe Dodarius for 2 says 8 out of 10 great stream. Fuck the UK. Base. Thank you. Citrus Act for 1 says faiths of all ages from all over the world recognize dogs as detectors, jailers of, and guardians against the evil and demonic. Interesting that neighbors and Muslims hate and fear them. Well, black people have pit bulls. I guess we're not counting those as dogs, right? Because they're like Canis unfamiliaris, Canis africanus, right? That's true, though. Prapple for $20 says 9 out of 10 great stream. Fuck the UK. Base. Thank you very much. That's a nice House MD reference. I still have Teardrop by, what is it? Something Attack? I can't remember what the name of it was, of the band. But I have Teardrop by Something Attack. Massive Attack on my playlist. Many years later. Anime Extremist for 2 says, is it worse having a son who was really into VTubers, VTubing community, and went to conventions, or a son who was really into football, who would watch every single NFL game and get mad when his team lost? Probably VTubers, because apparently they go to jail for possession of child pornography, and football fans just like black people too much. Bunker Housing for 5 says, dogs would have been handy when Iranians looked for that downed pilot. Wonder how many pilots have gotten away because Muslims do not use dogs. Oh, like the bloodhounds? Yeah, I don't know. Probably not that much, I'm going to say. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, the dumb bitches talking about Team Takeover sound literally like Google Notebooks LM. Oh, yeah, that's true. The Notebook LM thing is like scary, how good that is sometimes. Thank you. Apartment Archive for $15 says, Josh, have you seen this advertisement for eugenics that's making some rounds? And there's a Twitter link that I am pulling up. Okay. It's a black... Oh, it's like Frederick Brennan.
I'm Antoine.
And I'm Deja. And
we both have one baby girl. You gonna say hi?
Oh.
You take my glasses off. Ow.
You ready to eat?
Ow.
Are you ready? We have osteogenesis imperfecta.
A bone condition that causes us to break easier than quote-unquote normal. Our daughter was born with the same condition like us.
The genetic doctor actually told us that any child we have would have OI. And whether she has OI or not, that did not matter because we have OI.
You see me? Look. Mommy.
It's so horrible because they're gimped that way, not because they have different genetics for bone growth. They have bones that have no sturdiness to them. They're brittle. It's called brittle bone disease. So that baby is going to break her bones continuously. Her limbs are going to warp and deform because they can't heal all the fractures they suffer. It is just like the most evil thing you could possibly do to raise it, to bring into the world a child that you know is going to suffer agonizing pain constantly from breaking her bones continuously. It's just hell. It's just so disgusting. You have to be an extremely low IQ retard that has no concept of perspective or the other. You have no capacity for empathy because your animalistic monkey brain is only capable of understanding what you want, and you want a baby that's related to you. So, yeah, it's crazy. And what's really crazy is that they're married, which means that they have two recessive traits and they're always going to have an osteogenesis imperfecta child. But if you actually used a donor sperm or a donor egg, you can actually select for a baby that doesn't have the recessive trait. So you can use implantation methods to prevent eugenics, I guess, to prevent this kind of thing from happening. You can have a healthy child as somebody with OI if you have a partner or use a sperm donor or egg donor that doesn't have it, and you select for the to weed out the condition. So it's like a deliberate malicious choice to do this, and it's really fucking disgusting and terrible. I'm not recommending cucking. I'm just saying that if you have this disease, you should probably not pass it on by any means necessary. And you can do it like you can have two kids and have one with a donor egg and one with a donor sperm, and then have two kids that you both are related to. You can do anything besides having a fucking deliberately having a baby with osteogenesis imperfecta. One impulse for 10 says, "Hi, I'm one of your supporters on Locals. I just want to know if you prefer Gumroad or Locals and if I should switch." They each have their pros and cons. Locals is just fine. Locals has a little bit better of a community element to it, but what Gumroad does better is that it processes video faster and its interface is better for me. But the Locals interface is probably better for the end user. I'm not going to lie. Thank you very much. Sneedo, for one, says the evil saxophone music playing during the teen videos, it's the same music used in a Hood movie where a black character gets shot. Now it's being used for a Nibba moment is about to happen. Good to know. If I hear sax music walking down the street, I'll fucking run. Simulligan 2, for one, says, how likely do you think it will be that Alyssa Mercant will try to sue KF after Smash JT? 100%. 100%, especially if he settles and she sees it as like a get rich quick kind of thing. She'll do it for sure. Citrus Addict, for one, says prostitution is legal actions in exchange for money, sexual actions in exchange for money, goods, and or services. Action covers behaviors and displays. Really not complicated, but here we are, I guess. I would agree. Gumbercules Gumbercules for 5 says, please consider updating your Kick sub badges. The green 4-pointed stars are lame. Thank you. I guess I could. I could get like assets together, huh? Now that I'm a proper kicker. Thank you. Hawaiian Zine for $20 says, whoa, buddy, it's Friday. Enjoyed the latest Kiwi casino app. It was pretty fucking good. That was a pretty good episode. I'm pretty proud of that. Thank you. Porglac, for one, says, pepper spray is illegal in the UK. If Christian was British, Sonic arms would still be blue. Well, when you point it like that, it truly is a butterfly effect, huh? Citrus Addict, for one, says, cartoon porn equals porn. No argument from anyone in its law. Cartoon CP equals CP. Wait, no, not like that, The precedent was already established on the topic before they started involving kids. The crux of the crux of the issue, according to them, is that it's a victimless crime. But that is getting into the weeds of it. Remove Antler Menace for $20 or $2 says, what are your thoughts on how the Christian content sticker is used by forum members? And they typically use it as like a wholesome sticker. I think it's okay. At Real Doug Stewart for $5 says, Elon's free speech website has permanently locked me out of my account for saying all pit bulls should be euthanized. Muslims are getting traction on dog bans and retard simping for shit bulls. We're going to end up with only pit bulls in designated dog zones. Yeah, I don't know. It's like if you get mass reported on Twitter, you're basically fucked unless you are big enough that they'll manually review stuff, which thankfully my account is already at. But yeah, it is a pain in the ass. They'll take the heckin' pupperino over my heckin' dead hands. Okay. Citrus Addict, for one, says, speaking of anime, reminder that adding bolt-ons and a BBL to an 8-year-old with an 8-year-old's face, voice, and mentality doesn't turn her into an adult. I've always argued, like, what if you take like an infant and you draw an infant with big boobs? Is that like automatically not infant pornography, nobody would be pressed to say, yeah, that's fine. That's extra fucking weird. Ratlord111 for 2 says, would you ever go on a date with a woggle bug? Absolutely not. Sneeza Stanny for 1 says, I was only 12 years old. I love Mr. Wogglebug so much. I had all the merchandise and movies. I prayed to Mr. Wogglebug every night, thanking him for the life I've been giving. That's good to know, buddy. Sneedo for 2 says, I don't know how this retard still has any relevance. And it's love it. Yeah, it is gross to talk about the lolicon issue, because you have to, like, really pull apart shit and get into the fucking weeds of like, being attracted to kids. And it implicates in you in it just to even try and address shit. And they always try to spin it around, and that's why nobody likes to talk about it. Lilith Levitt on Blue Sky. He's fled to Blue Sky because he's a gross tranny and everybody makes fun of him. Good start, but we need more than that. In response to, Democrats are planning Project 2029, a plan to jail Trump, his family, and members of the current Trump administration. He says, we need more than that. We make sure like this, someone like this could never get into power again. We need to future-proof this country from destructive man-childs who would wreck everything for their own selfish and petulant gain. Actually, we need more man-children to enact policy changes like you've never fucking seen before. It's true, though. If they get a trifecta, I'm leaving the country. I'm sorry. You can call me a beta or whatever the fuck. There's no way. Ace of Sneeds for $20 says, double your Gumroad, bitch. Overtime is tax-free. I'll pay $15 a month. I don't even care, bitch. Thank you. I'll take it into consideration. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 2 says, it all comes back to Gamergate. It's true, every time. Big Things Coming for 2 says, happy Easter, Null and chat. Smiley face ham dance. Thank you. Ratlord 111 for 1 says, have you ever been checked out by another man? I don't think so. And for 1, choked. So he said checked out, which was a weird gay question, and then choked out, which is also kind of weird and gay, but for a different reason. Octavia Sales Rep for $20 says, the twitching is called a hypnic jerk. It's the same area of the brain that gives you the sensation of tripping or falling just before you fall asleep. Huh. That would make sense. I also think it has an evolutionary benefit in helping you get out of a situation where you're slowly suffocating. Thank you. Hermberger for 2 says, you need to reach out to a Wogglebug lover on the forum and steer them into AI so we can get an all AI Wogglebug cinematic universe. P.S. The character Mr. Frog is hard gay. She's obviously already using AI, so I can't really do too much. Debugs for 2 says, the Japanese and Americans on Zitter have been bonding over cars, cats, dogs, American barbecue, racism towards foreigners, and trucks. It's true, I've seen. The one that got me was, there was a Japanese man like, I have discovered that Americans love bonfires. It is a very interesting practice where they take fire and burn stuff, and they do not put it in contained pit. It's just a big fire, and they all gather around it when they enjoy the fire. And I see a bonfire, like, every time I go out to drive. I don't know why. There's like people around me who love bonfires, and they're always burning shit, so... You know, it made me laugh because I'm like, yeah, they sure as fuck do love to burn shit. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, Ralph also spat on Cog and Dan on camera immediately before the second Portugal beating. That's true, he does. He likes to spit. He's like a fucking spitting pig. Thank you. Sneedo for 1 says, her foot is definitely getting infected. I mean, her blood's infected, I'm pretty sure. I would bet. Abominable Homeman for 5 says, I can't believe Ralph is too bitch-made to show up at Hackamania in Vegas to completely mog Ricada by Joker and Harley Quinn maxing. Sad, pathetic. It's true. That's the real crux of this. You know, he would do it if he wasn't such a fucking beta. But that's what Ethan Ralph is now. Very risk-adverse, playing it safe. Beta. Citrus, thank you. Citrus for 1 says, to be honest, to be fair, hospital forms have a hidden clause for pelvic exams on KO'd female patients. It's absolutely fucked, and they often bring in more staff to participate and watch. That is weird. I don't know what you're talking about. It sounds conspiratorial. Pancake Luchador for 5 says, have a good one, Josh. Thank you. You too. Crispy Legs for 10 says, happy Good Friday. And then there is a party emoji, chicken hatching emoji, and bunny emoji. Thank you. You too. Have a good Friday. Bunker Housing for 3 says, what lolcow would you like to interview? I have an answer for this, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. In terms of like an honest interview, there was definitely somebody who I was so fascinated with, and I remember exclaiming on podcast at some point where it's like, I wish I could talk to this guy and just understand what the fuck what he's thinking. I wish I could understand him better. And I can't remember who that was now, but there were a couple people out there who were really weird. It's like I just want to know, Cobes? Okay. Oh yeah, Cobes. I tried to talk to Cobes and I couldn't. That sucks. Now I'll never get to. Wow, what a downer. Anime Extremist for 2 says, reminder, the band Black Magic SS released their new album earlier this week. I've been so busy I haven't listened to it yet, but they're awesome. Definitely check them out. Okay, Black Magic SS. That sounds racist. Sneedo for 10 says, I can see why range officers are always mad. Let's see. 2 Indian men went to a gun range in America and were acting like an idiot, so the RSO had to intervene and kick them out. So he's posing with his gun. He's pointing it down at the floor by his feet. He's waving it. Oh, he's pointing. Holy shit. Yeah, you gotta fucking leave. You gotta get out of here. Yeah, you gotta go. They're upset. They're like, what did we do, sir? We were simply pointing the gun at ourselves, sir. I was going to pose with this firearm pointed at my own head while sitting in front of a train, sir. This is a very normal and easy thing to do in India, sir. Thank you. The lowercase L Linternet for 2 says, start learning Finnish now. It's fucking difficult. Why am I learning Finnish? Why am I going to Finland? Why are you trying to coax me into going to Finland? It's like the decision's already been made. Instead of come to Brazil, it's now like you're going to Finland and you're going to speak Finnish. You just start doing it right now. And Fintard for 5 says, when I was forced to stay in the capital Helsinki is what he's trying to say, but it's a meme. I saw Pajit taking a shit in the park next to a free public toilet. Apparently, we have a right-wing government. There's no options. They ban new right-wing parties for being against Finnish EU democratic values. That's very democratic. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, Europe is fucked. I don't know how you can unfuck Europe. The U.S., we have options. We have guns and shit. There is theoretically in the wargaming system a way out. Now, people will laugh and say, Josh, you're already so brown, Josh. It's over, Josh. But Finland's like 85% white still, Josh. But it's like, you don't have any mechanism to actually implement any kind of change. The U.S. does. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen or it's going to be a success or super easy. I'm just saying, like, there is possibilities which exist. And for most of Europe, I would say literally no possibility, even with the most generous interpretations possible, is there a way out for Europeans. I'm just being honest. That's why I moved back to my fucking dumb shithole filled with fucking brown retards. And I suffer and languish in this tax hell as fucking cattle. Because it's the best place in the whole fucking world. If that's not the most depressing thing ever, I don't know what is. And on that note, I have a very positive song to end the stream out on. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys on the weekend if you watch the Life is Strange streams. As always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
We cut the legs off of our pants, threw our shoes into the ocean, sit back and wait through the daylight, sit back and wait through the daylight, slip and slide on subway grades, these shoes are poor man's ice skates, fall through like change in the daylight, fall through like change in the daylight, I miss yellow lines in my road, some color on my metro, maybe I'll paint them in myself, maybe I'll paint them in myself, maybe I'll paint them in myself. Maybe I'll the nighttime. Step back